We're live. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
That was really awkward because I had like a notification come up right over the start broadcast and I was like, have I clicked it?
I could see you like struggling a bit and I was like, oh, I've seen Rachel's message there. We were literally just talking about you, Rachel. I was saying I don't think you'll be able to pop in today, but thank you.
Coming to say hi anyway, though.
That is like lovely. That is dedication. I love it.
Oh, we've got a few people here already. Harry Potter, hi. I also asked what are we both reading, but shall we do that in a minute? Or do you want to do it now?
No, whenever's good. I'm just I'm a mess at the minute, so it's gonna be I explain what I'm reading.
I feel like I'm also bringing the chaotic energy with a variety of things. I'll go through the comments and then we can talk about what we're reading then. Hi. Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Yeah,
it's the weekend.
I was just about to say I'm so glad it's the weekend.
Yeah, and we were just saying how nice it is now that the weather's actually nice, at least here in the UK. I don't know what it's like for everyone else. It's like, oh, it just makes my mood so much better.
Yeah, I love it when it's sunny outside.
Hi, the Gilded Ones. Have you? I haven't read this.
No, I've got it, but I haven't read it because when it first came out, it got so many mixed reviews that I was a bit hesitant. But since then, people have been saying like that it's really good, and that people who said it was like it wasn't good was comparing it to Six of Crows or something. And like apparently they're two different books. So I definitely want to get to it. Let me know what you think of it, Maisie, actually. But it's one I keep looking at, and I'm like, oh, I just really want to read it. But I just still haven't picked it up.
I keep seeing the cover and I'm like, it's pretty.
Yeah.
But I have no thoughts I have no idea what it's about. So
I think it's like a heist story. So it is basically, it sounds similar to Six of Crows. I think that's where the comparison came in. But obviously every heist story, adventure story with a gang is compared to Six of Crows. So like, yeah. So I think that's what it is. But like I said, I'm not sure. But I got an Owl Crate edition, I think, and it's so beautiful because it's green, silver, and blue instead of the gold. And silver and blue are like my favorite colors ever. So that is literally the perfect book cover for me, and it is gorgeous. So yeah, I feel bad that I haven't read it yet. Good morning. Ooh, where are you from? And oh my god, why can't I speak? And what time is it?
Yeah, because it is the evening here.
Yeah, it's 5 p.m. here.
Mood.
I will just point out I am not in my usual setup because I am babysitting the dog who is currently chewing the table that you are on top of. So
yeah. Rachel said I'm so thrown off with your background.
I know. I was sat here and I was like, this is very strange. I don't know how to feel about it. I can't set up my ring light or anything as well, so if the light does go a bit funny, that's why. But if I can grab her, because she is massive now. Where are you? Oh, I am babysitting this one today. Thank you. Because
she's grown so much.
I know, she's massive. We took her to the vets today and she's 6.8 kilos. Yeah, and she's had 2 injections today, so I'm keeping an eye on her just in case. And Tom's upstairs doing uni work and stuff, so yeah, she's going to disappear now. But yeah, she's in a bit of a funny mood now, bless her. So that is why I'm here.
That's going to be really comfy if you have her on your lap for too long.
It's literally, she's been sleeping ever since we got back, and then as soon as I sat down and like put all this together, she has just woken up and wants to play and bite everything. So typical. I'm hoping she'll settle down in a bit though, but we'll see. She wants to bite everything that isn't a toy. Like she'll bite the tables and the shoes and everything, and then I have something like this and she's like, nah.
My dog's still like that. There's literally no point buying her like toys. We've got a few from when she was a puppy, but she's literally never bothered with them. So
I was going to say, sorry, carry on.
I was going to say she always takes my mom's slippers, but then whenever my mum gets new slippers, we sort of give her the old ones, and then she has no interest in them then. She just wants basically what she can't have. So
I've got sliders for taking her out in the back, and then I've also got slippers that I wear around the house, and she is a nightmare with them. She like steals them and places them in different spots, and I literally can never find them. All I hear is like her chewing on it sometimes, and I have to catch her. Yeah, we can't get her soft toys anymore, like the ones filled with stuffing, because she has wrecked the ones that we've bought her so far, and there was just stuffing everywhere the other day, and we were like, oh, maybe not. Oh wow, we've been on a journey with you, Rachel. I feel like you started that trilogy on Alive, and then as the lives have gone on, you've just progressed.
Yeah, we were definitely talking about Chaos Walking trilogy I want to say last week, but that might not be true. Yeah. All the weeks are just.
Oh, honestly, yeah. I can only tell. It sounds awful because I'm going to bring this up again, but I can only tell what day of the week it is because WandaVision is on a Friday, and I'm like excited for that. So that's how I know what day of the week it is.
I mean, I don't even watch it, but I see all the tweets about it on a Friday, and I'm like, oh, it's the end of the week again.
Yay! Oh, it's so good. It's just very intense now, though. But yeah, I won't talk about it with you.
How many episodes are left?
I think there's only 2, but this one was like a really hard one. Like it was very centered around grief and like depression, and it was really sad, and I cried. But yeah, it's just like it's so crazy how everything's like coming together. Because obviously there's so many films, and yet they can still make stuff that is just like mind blowing. The sunshine. Sorry, going back to that. I woke up the other day and I haven't felt like that in such a long time because I could like obviously the sunlight was coming through my curtains and I literally got up straight away because normally I'll just lay in bed for a bit, but I was like, oh my gosh, whack the curtains open the window, and I was like, oh, this is so nice.
It is so nice. I'm just looking forward to being able to just be like outside more, just like in the garden or just yeah.
Yeah, the first lockdown, I think literally all day, every day, I was just out there reading because I wasn't working because I was on furlough, and it was like 20 degrees for like 3 months. I want to say it was like a very weird summer last year, and I had the best time because every day I was just out there reading, and it was lovely.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping it's going to be like now. But it's still only February, so I'm like, surely we've got more cold to come. But
yeah, I feel like we always get snow in like March as well, like the end of February, March time, and I'm like, I really don't want more snow. I can't deal with that.
Surely had enough snow for the whole year in the first few.
I love it when it snows, don't get me wrong, but I hate it like 1 or 2 days after when it's just like the novelty's worn off and it's actually quite disgusting and sludgy and yeah. Just don't like it. I'm actually going to Google that book now because I don't know what it is.
I have heard of it.
I get so many recommendations from these lives. Oh, I've seen that. Is it out yet? Yeah, apparently it's got a really cool cover. I'm sorry if I'm blurry. I can never tell with my Wi-Fi.
I can see that you are a bit blurry, but I can see the cover. I don't know if I've seen it or not, but then I feel very unknowledgeable.
Oh yeah, again, I apologize if I am blurry. Wi-Fi, house is crazy. Tom's working on it, so yeah, sorry.
Hi, Chloe.
I hope you're reading, Chloe, not studying.
Yeah.
It's Friday night.
It's the weekend.
Look at us both here with our little cups of tea.
I know. We're like grannies.
Yeah. We'll have a cider in a minute, won't we?
That's always the way. In the first or second sprint, I'll go down and get one.
Yeah, the tea. It's blackcurrant with hot water on it because it's it's like a comfort drink. I have it when I'm ill because I feel like I can stomach it. But then, like every now and again, I'm like, "Ooh, I kind of fancy it." Plus, I don't have milk in the house because I ran out this morning, so that's probably why.
Just near the beginning, but it's okay at the moment. Was this? I've already forgotten. Was
Oh,
this the Gilded? Oh yeah, the Gilded
yes,
ones.
yes, yes.
You'll have to let us know as you go through.
Yeah, definitely. I'm
Um,
sure the audiobook is on Scribd as well. I'm sure I saw that.
Possible. I haven't looked on Scribd for ages, which is silly, seeing as I'm still paying for it.
Yeah, I always feel like that. I'm like, I haven't listened to an audiobook in so long because I don't leave the house. And normally I'd listen to it on my
Yeah.
walks. But like I go with my auntie because she had an op recently. So like just in case anything were to happen, I tend to go with her. Socially distance, masks, all that jazz. But yeah, so I can't like whack headphones in and just go for a walk because I have to talk to her. So now in the house, I'm like, oh, I never want to listen to an audiobook. I feel like if I want a break, I'll just watch YouTube.
Yeah, I'm the same. Because when I'm in my flat, I would go for walks by myself. But when I'm here, I've been going with my mom. So then I can't just be like, oh, I'm just gonna listen to this audiobook.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not traveling anywhere. So normally I'd be traveling to work, but I'm not working at the minute because I'm meant to be on placement. But obviously schools are still closed. So I'm just not gravitating towards them, to be fair. Saying that though, one of the books I'm kind of currently reading, I have been listening to the audiobook of like sporadically since about November. So kind of want to get that done as well. So I might do that.
Yeah, I think I might end up doing an audiobook this evening actually. But you've got mail. Is
Ooh.
this Aoife, is this the one? I saw you tweet about something that you said was really sex positive, but I'm not sure if it was this one. But let me know. Is it good? Because I mean, I feel like I say it all the time. I don't read a lot of romance, but then if it's got like more to it, you know, like loads of other topics as well, then
Yeah.
I feel like I need to try more because I feel like I would hate it if someone was like, "Oh, I don't read this." Do you know what I mean? I feel like I'm a bit like that towards romance. So
yeah, I like that as well. But last night I was on a live and people said to read Get a Life, Chloe Brown, and the books in that series. I'm not sure if it's a trilogy or a series, but apparently that is done really well. And like you say, it's like got quite a bit of things going on. So I feel like, yeah, I might try and pick that up, but then again, I don't want to be that one person that's like, oh, I didn't like this because I don't like reading romance. So.
Yeah, no, I've heard really good things about that. So maybe there are things like that I think, oh, I would really like to get to it eventually, but then because there's like so much other stuff, I think I just need to do it, and I might find that I really love it.
Exactly. I really wanted to pick up the Heartstopper graphic novels because I feel like I'd really enjoy it. Like, I've been online and like read a bit of the comics online or the graphic novels, but it was hard because it just continues, so you never know like when a book is gonna stop or whatever. And I was like, it'd just be so nice to actually have it and flip through because I feel like I'd love it, but then I don't want to. It's like I don't want to spend money on it just in case I don't like it. Which I know I probably will, but I don't know.
I loved them, but I was really annoyed because I bought them all like last April and read them, and then when the charity shops started opening again, they were all in my local charity shops. They must have been sitting there for months, and they were like £1 each, and I was like, I could have spent £3, and I've spent like almost 30 quid.
Oh my god, that is crazy!
I was so annoyed. Oh, well.
Yeah, I really do want to read those. I'll get to them eventually, like you say.
Like everything. Oh, Seattle. That's cool.
It's 9 a.m. Well, good morning. Thank you for spending your morning with us.
Yes.
Bless her. It was so weird going to the vets though because we weren't allowed to go in. So I literally had to go in and put her in like a little plastic box and leave her. So she was just staring at me through this box, and then the vet had to come in and pick her up. And all I could see, I was thinking she might be a bit like panicky, but she was just like a dead weight. Like she just slumped. I was just being carried away like this. And I was like, oh, bless her. But yeah, they took her back out and they were like, oh my God, she is the nicest dog. Like she just wants cuddles. And I was like, yeah.
Does
so
this mean,
sorry?
does this mean you can take her out soon, or does she have to have another one?
No, these are her last ones now. So I think it's 2 weeks until we can take her out and let her mix with dogs. But I think after a week we're allowed to take her like just on the pavement for a short walk and stuff, but just try not to interact too much. I think it does take up to 14 days or something just to like fully kick in. So that's going to be exciting. I'm going to love it because it's going to get rid of some of that energy because
I was going to say that. Get it out of her system.
She's literally biting the table and I'm like, do I tell her off or do I just leave her to it because she's being quiet?
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah, that's the story of the dog today, by the way.
Hello from Portugal.
Hi.
Everyone's saying that she's so cute. She is. Hi, Shaw. Oh, only 2 episodes left of WandaVision.
I know. I'm scared. They've gotten longer now as well. At least this one was longer. It's just so good, but
only started the first book of last. Quick. I just aim to read as quick as that at this point.
I know.
But if I prioritize it, if I actually did it, then
yeah, exactly. I read a book in 2 days this week. I read Verity by Colleen Hoover, and I genuinely could not put it down. I read the first half in one sitting, and then I read the second half yesterday in one sitting on sprints, and it was just, oh my god, such a good book.
I don't really know anything about it, but when I saw you tweeting about it, I was like, I didn't know if it was just a book called Verity, because I've read a book ages ago called like Codename Verity, and I was like, oh, maybe it's that, but clearly it's something different.
No, it's like I won't say it's a thriller because nothing exactly thrilling happens, but it's just very disturbing. So it's basically about a writer, and she gets a deal in a way. Basically, right, I'm not explaining this right. There's a writer that is writing a series, but she's been in an accident, so she can't continue writing it. And so they've reached out to this other writer. She's accepted it, and so she's come to live in this house. But then while she's like going through all the different papers and things, she finds a manuscript, and it's like an autobiography of this other writer, and it is literally the most disturbing thing ever. And yeah, it's just all about like, you basically get 2 stories of this manuscript and then what this character is facing in real life, and it's just the creepiest thing, but it's so interesting. I feel like I explained that extremely poorly.
I'll look it up. I'll add it to my list.
I hate that. You know, when you get on the spot and you're like, oh, this is why in my vlogs I'm like, I'll just redo the synopsis, because otherwise I'm like,
yeah. But I feel like on live I literally forget everything. Like, ask me to name a book. I don't know any. What are books? What are words?
Literally fake booktuber. Oh, I hate it.
Chloe says she's definitely not studying, and she's
got a big
photo.
Oh my god, so excited! Oh, I hope it goes well for you. Oh, I'm just that's so exciting. I love
that. Rachel has said she didn't like Get a Life, Chloe Brown.
Rachel.
Rachel has spoken, but she says she has an unpopular opinion.
Oh, okay. Oh well, not everyone's gonna like the same book, so it's fine. It's just last night, was it India, Katarina, and Maddie? I think were all telling me to read it, and I was like, ooh, okay. But we'll see. I might read it and yeah, see where I fall. I'm not sure.
That's another one that's probably on Scribd. I think. I feel like I've seen it. Hi. Thank you for joining.
Hi.
I'm so awkward. I'm like everyone. It's this weird way.
Yeah, my voice goes so high pitched. I'm like, hi, and I'm like, what am I doing?
It's so good. I was about to watch WandaVision.
Oh my god, WandaVision.
It's on WandaVision, but
No, but this, like, today's episode was just so good. It's like, I'm not going to spoil it, actually. No, I'm not. I'm just not. Ooh, I didn't know that. I got it on Kindle Unlimited anyway, so I didn't pay for it, which is good.
But have a look at them. Use some of my money.
It's one that I was in a slump after reading A Court of Silver Flames because, like, I had such an emotional roller coaster with that book. And it was like I just wasn't finding myself wanting to read. And I was like, well, this has been recommended a few times. I'll give it a go. Oh my gosh, like I said, I read half of it in one sitting. It was just so interesting. And because, like, at the end of every chapter or every other, there's this manuscript chapter. And so, like, you get to that and you're like, oh, I'll stop reading now. But then you see that it's the manuscript chapter and you're like, oh my God, I need to keep reading. It's just like, oh, but I was having such a good time with it. I'm not sure about the ending. I'm not sure how I felt about that. But the journey all the way through is like mind blowing. So yeah. Highly recommend if you couldn't tell.
Hi. Let me take some one division.
Literally, when I get up in the morning, Tom's like, he goes, one division. Like, oh my God. And literally, as soon as I get off my class in the morning, he's like, on. So yeah, I Twitter though, because people are ruthless. They don't care about spoilers at all. Literally, as soon as the episode's live, I feel like I just have to stay off Twitter because people just.
I feel like I've probably seen so much, but because I don't have a clue what people are talking about, it, you know, it's over my head. Yeah, Maisie also hasn't watched it, so I love that solidarity. We're not alone, having not seen it.
I found it funny because I hated like the first episode. I really didn't like it. And now I'm just absolutely obsessed. So like, if anyone does watch it, you need to get like 3 episodes in before everything makes sense. Just so you know. I really want to read Verity now, especially if it's on Scribd. Yes. Oh, it's so good.
I have to have a look.
I feel like it's one that like I read it at the perfect time as well. Like maybe if I read it when I was in a different mood, I wouldn't have liked it as much. But that was like exactly what I needed. So I just had a bit of time with it.
If it's quick to get through, I might save it for when I've like, if you're like slumpy or have just finished something really long, I might save it for that sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely. It's long. It's like 40 minutes, I think. So yeah, it's definitely longer than the others. I think the others were like 20 minutes, maybe even less. But yeah.
I think I'm caught up on the comments. So shall we say what we're reading? Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I guess. I've got it. And she's bringing me a toy. There you go. Right. As you can, where is it? There. I am a mess. Again, even though I've read Verity, I feel like I'm still just in such a slump and like a weird reading mood. So I've got Witch Sign by Den Patrick. I started reading this earlier and I got 6 pages in because I was just like skimming over it a bit and I wasn't actually like focusing. But this is like a fantasy. I think there's some sort of witchy powers in it. And the people that have these powers are hunted. Then we have Forest of Souls. This is the one that I've been listening to on audio for about 4 months. And I'm kind of now like, I feel like if I were to finish it now, I couldn't rate it because I've just not been giving it enough of my attention. Like I've been reading it so sporadically that I don't fully like feel connected to anyone. But it's a really good story. So I might finish this out just so I can finish it and get it off my currently reading. Or I have My Dark Vanessa on my Kindle. And yeah, I know. After finishing Verity on the Live yesterday, I said that I had this, and India and Katerina were also wanting to read it. So I think we're budgie reading it. So I don't know whether I should start that or what. So please help me out in the comments. Please tell me what you think I should pick up, because I'm just in such a weird mood. I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I should go for middle grade or something. I don't know.
Maybe what?
Go for a middle grade or something. Like
Just something completely different.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the one. Sorry. This is the one on my February TBR. So I do. Well, I've started reading it now, and my rules are as long as I've started the book, it's fine. But like, I don't know. But yeah, that's the only one I need to read. So
yeah,
so
I'm interested. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on My Dark Vanessa.
Have you read it?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be very weird. Like, and Maddie was saying as well that it's quite graphic. Like, it doesn't hold back, and I feel like I'm going to be very uncomfortable. But I feel like the point of it is to make you uncomfortable, because it's not a good situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, since reading Verity, that was obviously a bit disturbing. I feel like I might be in the mood for something like that, but I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe you could start it and see. You could do a different one in every sprint.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'll be like, oh, I've done this. But yeah, sorry for taking up about 10 minutes of your time. Karis.
Well, I've also got several things, which is why I didn't put it in my name. So I should have gone with I'm a Mess as well. So I've got this, The Midnight Library, which I started, last week on this live. I've got literally... Did you?
I've got you because you hold it and made me want to buy it. So
I've got literally 10 pages left, so I could have made an effort to finish it before, but I didn't. So I'm going to finish that to start with. And then I've got The Shadow of the Wind, because I'm busy reading this with my friend Louise, except I'm meant to have started it and I've read like 10 pages and we're meant to have read like 50 pages by now. So I'm going to do that and then text her. And then when I've done that, I'm finally going to, well, not finish, but I'm going to read some more of this. But I'm going to listen to it on audio. And while I'm doing it, I'm going to make my friend's birthday present, even though her birthday was at the start of February. So I'm a bit late, but I'm doing an embroidery. It's highly unlikely that she'll be watching, so I can show you. But if my friend Scarlett is watching, then stop watching. But it's like,
oh wow, oh my gosh. I love seeing you do all these, because yeah, in your Jacqueline Wilson vlog, when you did that template, I was like, that template alone is like beautiful. And then I can only imagine how it actually looks. Oh my god. Oh, beautiful. You have an Instagram page for that, don't you, as well?
Yeah, I need to update it because I finished that Taylor Swift one that I put on Twitter. And I meant to put it on Instagram. Thank you. I meant to put it on the Instagram, but I haven't. So I need to revitalize it, because I don't think I've posted on there since like before Christmas. But yeah,
I was gonna say, because I'm sure I tweeted about this. Would you like open a shop with them or take orders through Instagram or something? Because I feel like that'd be really good.
Yeah,
like, when nice presents and stuff, like I feel like I'd love to buy it for someone else.
Yeah, one of my like aims for the year was to do that, but I just, because I was doing that crochet, making that jumper, that took so long. It took me like a whole month, so I sort of gave up on the embroidery for a bit. But yeah, I'm gonna try and do a bit more, like, and then see about it. But I mean, on my Instagram, I've said in my like bio there that people can DM me if they want.
But I might ask you to do like a little Hobbit haul for me, because I saw on Instagram the other day that someone had made one, and it's just the like nicest thing, and I absolutely loved it. So might do.
I would love to. If you send me like your ideas, because I don't know what that looks like.
Fair enough. Yeah. So if anyone wants any nice presents, go to Karis.
I would be happy.
Sorry, again, we went off on a tangent there. I can't even remember what we were talking about before that.
I think we were just saying what we were reading. So
right, yeah.
I think
liking the Midnight Library. Sorry, before we speak.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I mean, I feel like I wish I'd have sat down and read it more like in one go, because when I started it last week, I was like, oh, this is so good. But then I feel like, you know, when you're just picking things up and reading like 10 minutes at a time, and it like really breaks it up.
Literally, what has happened with Forest of Souls for me. Like you say, I feel like I should have just sat down and like flew through this, but because I've been reading it here and there, I'm just not like, not that I'm not enjoying it, but just I'm just not liking it as much. Maybe.
But I have really enjoyed it. It got a bit. It's the same thing that she does. So, you know, she's going into these like different lives basically. And there were a few bits where it was a bit repetitive, I guess. But I think I'll probably end up giving it 4 stars. So I still really enjoyed it.
Oh, nice.
Unless dramatic happens in the last 10 pages that makes me be like, no.
I was going to say, it's being made into a film, isn't it? I'm sure I saw a tweet the day before. And I got very excited because, I did buy the book after you showed it last week. I was like, oh, I need to read it. I think it was like £4.50 as well, so not too bad.
Yeah, as I was reading it, I was like, I can imagine this being like a TV show. So when I saw that it was being a film, I was like,
I also have The Shadow. Is it The Shadow of the Wind on here?
Yeah. Shadow of the Wind.
I bought it a few weeks ago now and I still haven't picked it up, so I'm very excited to see what you think of it, because I feel like it's one I'm going to absolutely love, but I feel like it's going to be one that takes a lot of time to get through. That makes sense.
Yeah, the 10 pages I've read I really enjoyed, so hopefully that will also be good. It's like that sort of writing style though that I think is going to be quite like slow, because it's really like descriptive.
Oh, okay. See, I love The Dreamer, which is like that. So if it's anything like that, I feel like I will just love it.
Oh, my voice. Cool.
Yeah, it does look cool. I might just try and power through with that one to start off with. And the next comment, I did start it the other day. I got 20 odd pages in, and again, I just wasn't completely in the right mood for it, so I put it down. I feel like the concept to start off with is hard to wrap your head around, and like the way the characters, like it's written the way that they speak, so it's not like it's a bit weird to like jump into it and then you have to sort of adjust a bit. I feel like once I read a bit more, I won't notice it, but at the minute, yeah. Oh, that's exciting.
Exciting. Hi.
Kiwi. Kiwi's getting so much love. Bless it.
Cave in to watch WandaVision.
I'll know what you think of it afterwards. No spoilers, obviously, but such a good episode.
Cool. Do you want to? Shall we start sprinting?
Yeah. Sorry, again, we've been talking for too long. This is me. I've been trying to get us to sprint for like a quarter of an hour, and I've been. Oh wait.
Well, we both had so many books to talk about.
I know.
Cool. It's 45 minutes. Is that? I mean, I put that into the timer.
Yes.
Anna Karenina. Oh my gosh.
Good luck.
Let us know how it's going. I think I've seen it on your Instagram actually. Like she'd shown like how far through she was, and I think she's quite a way through. But just seeing like how much is left, I think my mind would be like,
I'm gonna go check it out right now because I need to see this. It's a massive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like quite a few people are reading Les Mis at the moment as well, and I'm like, I would love to read all of these things one day, but
I think Lucy from Crescent Pages was doing a read-along for it like November time, and I had the intention of participating and then I just didn't, and I'm so glad because it was massive. Also, I typed Anna Karenina into Instagram search instead of your actual name, so I was like, what is popping up? And I typed the book in, not the flipping person, so I'm sorry about that. I will go on page now.
200 pages, so many pages to go. Well, good luck.
We will help you out now because
we'll start printing now, so you can actually read it rather than listening to us.
Yeah.
Cool. I think I figured out the screen. Yes, I knew it had worked in practice, but I was like, I bet as soon as I actually start the show, right? Okay. see you in a bit. That's
Right.
working.
Yeah, it's
See
fine.
you in a bit.
Bye.
Hey.
Hi.
Did the timer like sound for you?
No.
Oh, it scared the hell out of me. I was expecting it, but it was so loud. I was like, God.
Yeah, I hate that with the timer. I always forget, and then yeah, it's just a massive blaring sound, isn't it? And you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Literally. Oh, which book did you decide to go for in the end?
Well, I only read for about like 10 minutes because I just had the most chaotic time. I'm sure you saw my laptop like fly.
Yeah. I was like,
yeah, and Tom came downstairs and the dog just got really excited, and because she was on the sofa, she jumped off. And she jumped off onto my charger, so my laptop just went. I was like, oh, no. It's fine, it's fine. But yeah, Tom's on the Xbox downstairs now, so I came up here to try and get some reading done. I went for Witch Sign. I'm liking it, but again, I feel like I don't know. It feels like my eyes are just heavy, or like my head is heavy because I'm trying to read, but I feel like I'm just not focusing. But
yeah.
hopefully, if I read a bit more, I'll fall into it because it's obviously a new fantasy world, so it's going to take a while to get into it. But yeah, I literally only read for like the last 10 minutes. So I got to page 26, I think. So I read like 20 pages. Yeah.
Still pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, I read I finished The Midnight Library, and then I was distracted by like Goodreads and Storygraph and stuff. And then I read like only 15 pages of this.
Nice.
But it's like this copy is so big, like
Yeah.
compared to a normal.
But no, it's actually such a big book. What?
So I feel like I'm being cheated a bit. Like reading one page is taking so much longer than a normal page. So,
Yeah, really.
yeah, but I'm enjoying it. But again, I feel like I need to dedicate a big portion of time to just like falling into it, and then it'll be easier. But how are other people getting on? Some gonna start different seasons by Stephen King. I feel like every live show we do, there's always someone reading a Stephen King book.
Yeah, and I always say I need to start reading his books, but they just intimidate me so much. So let us know what you think of it, though. I also never know where I'd start with Stephen King. Like,
Yeah.
He's got so many books, but someone did tell me I've got The Institute, which is quite a new release, and someone said that's quite a good one to get into. So I might pick that at some point, but who knows?
I don't think I've heard of this one, but I thought about maybe starting with Carrie because I sort of know the story.
Yeah. Someone else told me to start with Carrie as well. I feel like it's not as creepy, maybe. I don't know. Carrie and Misery are the two that I've seen the films of, and I feel like are quite short, and I could get through them fairly quickly. And just see what the writing's like and how Stephen King sort of does everything. But I have it, and I don't know if I will ever read it. I bought it being like, oh yeah, of course I'll read it, and I'm absolutely terrified. So, and it's massive, 1,000 pages, isn't it? So I don't think I will read that anytime soon.
Yeah, I bought it because it was in the charity shop, and I was like, oh, £1 in like perfect condition. Like I couldn't possibly say no.
I think I bought it in that deal in Tesco, like 2 for £8. Yeah, 2 for £8 or something. Yeah. And why not? I'll read it at some point. Hopefully, it's one of those classics. And then I still haven't read it. Oh my god, nice.
Chop some vegetables.
I need to chop some vegetables later. I was meant to have soup for lunch today. This is random. But then because we were at the vet, we had a McDonald's. And I feel like last week I was saying exactly the same thing. But I think I'm just going to have soup for dinner now because I feel disgusting, like having eaten Mackies again. So I'm just going to make soup, I think.
Oh, I keep telling myself that I'm going to order a McDonald's in one of these because it's on it never used to be on Just Eat, or at least not around here, but now it is.
Is it?
I was like,
that's the one good thing here, I suppose, is that literally none of the restaurants around us are on anything like that. So just for us is like pointless because no one's on it. it's all quite local as well, so it's not the big like businesses, which I kind of like. But yeah, we just because we were there, we were like, oh, we might as well. No, it's Tom's fault, you know. I was planning on having my soup, and he was like, no, we'll just get a Mackey's. I'll pay, and I was like, okay.
I'm
I really
sorry.
I really wanted pizza tonight, actually, but I'm definitely not having pizza now. But even then, we have to travel like 20 minutes away to get our pizza because Domino's and Pizza House, which are our two like pizza places, are both in Bangor, which is like 20 minutes away from me. So it's an effort if I want takeout, but I think I'm just in a weird mood all around this week where I just want comfort food. I don't know what I want to read, and I just want to watch TV.
I've definitely been having those sort of days where, when you eat and then you can have eaten loads, but you just still feel hungry. That's been me all week.
And me, I literally ate a full tub of Ben and Jerry's the other day, and I was like, I'm still hungry. And I was like, how am I still hungry after all of that, like, chocolatey ice cream? And yeah, I've just been picking, and it's always stuff like biscuits and stuff as well. It's never anything substantial or healthy. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just bad. But I'm definitely with you.
I bought a book.
Sorry.
I bought a book the other day, and I added some, the candy kittens, the like fizzy sweets. I saw them, and I was like, oh, I'll just add them to the basket as well. And I'm like, oh no, this is not a habit that I should be starting, like buying sweets every time I buy books as well. Mainly for the bank balance.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair though, I think it's hit that point in lockdown again now where I'm just a bit like, like it happened in the first one. Like I've just bought like 10 books of Waterstones yesterday. It's gotten to that point where I did the last lockdown where I was doing so well, and then all of a sudden I just bought like a full series. I bought loads of books. Still haven't gotten to them, but I just like needed it. And yeah, yesterday or the day before, I was just like, oh my god, I feel awful. Waterstones was having a deal. I want to buy some books, and then I ended up buying loads, and I was like, oh. But it's kind of made me feel a lot better. So
we need some joy, don't we? Like, there's no point, I think, being really harsh on yourself about stuff like that at the moment, because, like, what's the point? Everything's so miserable anyway. We may as well have some like enjoyment.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I feel like because at the minute, like, I used to live at the pub because obviously Tom used to work there, and if he used to work at nights and I'd work in the morning, so I'd go to the pub to just hang out with him anyway. And obviously I wouldn't pay full price for drinks most nights because it was just him there or whatever. But like the amount of money I spent every single week just on like alcohol in the pub was ridiculous. And then like traveling to and from work and stuff, the petrol obviously costs a lot. So technically I'm saving a lot of money at the minute having to stay at home. So why shouldn't I treat myself? Do you know what I mean? Like I'm going on anyway. But yeah, I think that's the thing with food as well. It's like we're in a pandemic. I can't be asked. I want comfort food, so I'm just gonna order it.
Yeah. I think I'm the same with money. Like living so close to London normally, it's like I go there at the weekend, and I may as well just throw like 150 pounds down the drain. It's ridiculous. A couple of years ago, one of my friends came, and we like stayed in a hotel in London so we could go out, so we didn't have to, because like the last train to where I am is like midnight or something. So we had the full weekend in London, and I spent like £500 in one weekend. And this is the reason why I've only just got out of my overdraft after being out of uni for almost 3 years. But we had like a night out, we had brunch, and then we did a little bit of shopping, but I didn't really have that much to show for it. And then I just spent the whole rest of the month like not being able to afford food basically, and being like, I hate myself.
See, I've never gone into an overdraft because I've always been working, and then I've always sort of done it so that I don't do that, because if I start going into an overdraft, I won't stop. I'm like, oh, it's fine. but I am bad with like student loans because I think, oh, it's money I wouldn't have anyway, so I can spend it. Like I can spend it on stuff that I normally wouldn't buy. Like I think that's why I bought these books the other day as well, because I'm getting a bursary because I do my course in Welsh. I get money from the government for doing it in Welsh. So that's coming, and I was like, ooh, I didn't know about that. That's really cool. And then I was like, oh, I'll just spend like £70 on books. But like I said, I'm not angry about it because like you said, it's so easy, isn't it, on a night out? I used to have to take out cash to stop me from spending because I'd know like how much drink, yeah, I'd sort of figure out how much each drink cost. And I drink gin, which is expensive.
And once you've had a couple of drinks, even if I say to myself, oh, I don't want to spend much, I'll only have a couple. Once you've had a couple, you stop caring, like, and I'll be like, oh, I'll just buy for everyone.
Oh my God, I'm when I got my, what do you call it, scholarship, they gave it to you all in one go as well. It wasn't like spread out. So I got like 2 or 3 grand in my first year just given to me like before Christmas. So I spent so much money on Tom's Christmas presents. And then I was at a bar and I was like, I'm in such a good mood. I'll just buy drinks. And Tom was like, no, don't offer drinks to me. Like, do you want a vodka? Do you want a vodka? And they were all like, oh yeah, of course. And the next day I was like, oh my God. I was so drunk though. Like that was bad. That's one of the nights that's put me off vodka. Like, I've got money, woohoo! And I was just like shots. But yeah, I feel like once I got to nightclub as well, I'd either try and sober up and not buy drinks, or I would literally, like you said, just spend like 50 quid not even thinking about it, because I feel like it's easier as well if you're at a nightclub to be like, oh, do you want me to just order your drinks for someone else whilst I'm here? And then you can pay me back, and then no one ever pays you back. Yeah. So I feel like it's justified in a way because I do feel better about it. And I obviously wanted to branch out in my reading as well. And I've bought a lot of like Japanese translated fiction. I've bought literary fiction, stuff like that I probably normally wouldn't go for. Yeah. So I think it'll do good.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I got a note by myself.
I got a notification today to say that one of my pre-orders from Waterstones had shipped, and I was like, oh, I'm so glad now that I did that because it's like having a little present.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Oh, I love that. What did you pre-order?
What's it called? I think it's called Transcendent Kingdom. It's by have you seen the book Homegoing? I think it's called. It's by the same author as that, but I haven't read Homegoing either. But
oh, okay. What's it called? Transcendent Kingdom. I think. Yeah, I've seen
this
it.
This is now a moment where you've asked me a question and I do not know books.
Oh, that sounds cool. It looks really pretty as well.
Yeah, that was.
It still says pre-order for me. It still says will be released on March 4th.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that it had been shipped. I was like, early.
Oh, that's cool. I've added it to my list. I'll have a look at it later.
I love that massive tangent that we've just gone on again.
Sorry. Yeah. Oh well. I feel like it's expected in these though. Like, there's always one chatting section where we just go completely like off. But yeah, like I said, I'm basically trying to make myself feel better about buying all these books. So just trying to think of all the different reasons, but yeah. I'm gonna do a big unboxing video though. I feel like that'll be fun. So
yeah, I was gonna say, you know, that's justifiable reason for any sort of book purchases content.
Exactly.
That's what I tell myself.
I know, but it's like it's annoying because my book hauls are like my most popular videos. I think ever since I've started doing them, they've all had over 1,000 views, and like my normal videos are like 200 views or something like that. So I'm like, right, so do I need to be buying a load of books in order to make book hauls that people obviously want to watch? But then like I can't afford to buy that many books every month. So I'm like, oh, I don't know. We'll see.
Read
Sorry,
15
let's get back to the
pages.
comments.
Read 15 pages, watch Richard Osman's House of Games for the rest of the time. Cool.
I thought you were going to say you'd read some of Richard Osman's book, and I was like, oh, I want to read that. I was thinking about picking that up, but that is not what you were saying at all.
45 minutes went so fast.
Oh, is that Crescent City? Crescent City's House of Earth and Blood, isn't it? I think. Let me know what you think of it. Because, like, I cried in that book at the end. It was very intense. So be prepared.
Read 33 pages.
Ooh. Definitely got Good Girl's Guide to Murder vibes. Which book was that, Emily? I feel like you did say, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know she was reading Murder Most Unladylike in one sprint, I think, but she might have finished that already.
Yeah, she finished that. She's like
a long time ago. Only read 20 pages. All About Horses. I mean, to have a book that long, I think I would expect it to go into like minute detail about everything.
Yeah,
but 20 pages is still good. It's
I was gonna say I feel like I'd struggle to get through a good chunk of pages of that.
Yeah. Hi.
I feel like you joined on a very strange tangent, so
yeah.
Thanks for joining. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not buying any more books now for a while. I say that I've got pre-orders coming and stuff, but like it's I just don't want FOMO or anything, and now I'm like, oh, I kind of want to read Misery now, but I can't.
Yeah, Emily will have to let us know if it's a good one to start with.
Yeah, definitely. The film creeped me out so much. Oh my gosh, but yeah.
I think I've only seen a bit of it. Is it the one with like? I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah.
I've only seen the key scene on Gogglebox.
I literally watched it when I can't remember how old I was, but I was really young, and I didn't quite get it. But like Kathy Bates scared the absolute crap out of me because she is just like an amazing actress. Like, oh, that alone is just a brilliant performance. But then, yeah, that scene, I was just like, oh, what's she doing? And then, yeah, I was like, oh. Oh, it just went through me, and I still haven't watched it since then because I'm like, oh, no. Ooh.
Oh, I think I have read a bit of the non-fiction. I'm pretty sure I had to read that when I was doing creative writing at uni. So I guess I have read some Stephen King.
Did you like it?
Probably didn't appreciate it because I was like, ugh, you know, having to read it. I don't think I read it all either. I think we just had to read like bits of it because we had so many different texts that we had to read, like surrounding the creative writing process.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, but we were doing like it was creative writing, but it was only like short stories because that was the only creative writing course that my uni had. So it was a lot of like how to craft a short story, which I was interesting, but like that's not what I really wanted to write. And I found it so difficult because I'm really bad with plotting, and to have to like figure out an entire plot, like the plot of an entire story for my pieces was just a nightmare. And that was all my feedback. He was like, your like character and your writing style is really good, but you sort of get halfway through and then you can tell that you've only thought of half of the plot because it like falls apart. And I was like, yeah.
I feel like I don't appreciate short stories as much as I should. I feel like I'd love a good full-length novel because you can get that development, and like you said, you can kind of see where it's going, whereas short stories I feel quite disconnected from them, so I tend not to read them. But then, yeah, like you said, it's probably more difficult to try and write a short story than it is to write a fully developed novel. So now I feel Yeah. Mhm. It's, to be fair, this year I've been a lot better. Obviously now we've got a dog and stuff, so she's costing us a bit, which like we were prepared for. But yeah, when you get that money through and you're like, oh my god, that's a substantial amount of money. Like it's hard not to spend it. But this year I've been doing really well. It's because I'm in lockdown and all I'm buying is like food and books.
Yeah.
um, but yeah, I definitely get what you mean. My first year at uni, no one should have given me money because I honestly could not tell you what happened to it. I think my scholarship was gone very, very quickly. It was genuinely awful. I wish someone would have been like, no, we'll save this for you until, your second or third year. But they don't.
Yeah, people always say when you go to uni about like setting up a budget and stuff like that, and no, I only just started properly budgeting like last year, and I did like 2 months of this spreadsheet to track all my spending to try and get my shit together, and then Corona happened, and I was like, well, no, I'm not doing the spreadsheet anymore.
I need to do that because I didn't realize how many like direct debits I have going out. So like even
Yeah.
this week I've had like 3 notifications being like, oh, Apple's taken money, and I'm like, what? And it's like a photo editing app or like something I forgot to cancel, or it's Apple Music, and I'm like, I don't use them enough to like where I should be paying for them, but I don't want to not pay for them because I'm only going to be a student for so long. I want to take advantage of it, but it's just, I think, like you said, I'm gonna have to sit down and like try and stop. I think I'm gonna cancel my Audible for a bit as well because that's expensive for what it is in a way. I think Scribd have loads of good books on there, so I'll probably try them for a bit more. Just because obviously Audible it's 1 credit per book, isn't it? Whereas Scribd it's the same amount of money, but you get to listen to like 3 or 4 books. So I might do that as well. But yeah, basically I need to control my spending now. On-site club. Oh my gosh. Wow, I love that.
Free cans of Sprite though.
Nice. Yeah, I love that with Tom working there. Like obviously if it was busy and I'm good, I was gonna say friends, I don't know if that's what you'd call it, with the owner. Like we're all pretty chilled and nice and friendly. But like if he was there, I would never try and get money off. Do you know what I mean? I'd always like just pay whatever. But yeah, sometimes we're there and Tom was like, oh, I kind of want to make a new cocktail. And he'd make it and he'd be like, right, try it. So I'd be like, woo, go in. And he used to love it. But now I feel like I can't handle my drink. Like I'll have 1 or 2 ciders and my head's going and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
First night out after lockdown is going to be a time.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm going to be the one that's like, oh, I've not been out for ages. Let's just do the shots. And me and shots do not work at all, right? I know if I stick to gin the whole night, I can last through the whole night and it's fine. It's a good time. If you throw some shots in there, it's just, no, it's not going to work out for me. I love Baby Guinnesses, which are Baileys and Tia Maria. Like a shot of that, and it's so good. That's like my favorite ever shot, and I can drink them fine. But anything like tequila, sambuca, oh my god, it just makes me so ill.
I don't think I've done that like shots that often since being at uni.
Oh, I just hate them. Like I've never been a shot person. I just don't like it. But I can do like sours and stuff, but not the hard stuff.
Yeah.
And I remember actually there was one night out. It was quite recently, like before the lockdown. And basically the smell of sambuca just turns my stomach. I think it's because it's like licorice smelling.
Yeah, I hate
Or if I smell it, it makes me feel physically ill. And bless him, one of my friends was like, I've bought you a shot. And it was sambuca. And I was like, oh, that's lovely, but you take it because like I can't. I had like a full drink and he literally grabbed the shot and he just went into my drink. And I was like, oh. So I think I had a gin with sambuca in it and I felt so ill trying to drink it. But I was like, he's paid for this shot for me. I've paid for this drink. I don't want to waste any money. So I drank it, and yeah, it did not end well. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think
I
I just drink normal drinks so quickly. I don't need to be doing shots because I
yeah.
just down the ones with mixers in about 2 seconds.
Yeah. Do you know what? I used to love the fact that I could drink so much vodka, but then it got to the point where I had one too many nights out where I'd gone overboard with it. So that now, if I could honestly drink gin all night without a single issue. But I did this. I say the other day. It wasn't the other day at all. It was like last year. I had gins up until the last drink, and I was like, "Oh, I fancy like a toffee vodka." So I had it. I could not get out of bed the next morning. I was so ill, and I think it's just that one drink of vodka, just like,
Yeah.
oh, it just completely was like, nope. And it's one where I wasn't ill or anything, but you know when you're just lying in bed where you physically cannot move because if you move,
Yeah.
you feel sick. Or yeah, it's just thingy. But I always think to myself, like, vodka's so cheap on a night out compared to gin. I don't know if I should try and like go back to it, but I can't deal with hangovers. I honestly
Maybe
feel like an old woman because I just can't hack it at all.
maybe you should like train yourself, now, so that when you're just do a little bit a night, and then like there's this girl that I keep seeing come up on TikTok. This is irrelevant really, but she's allergic to carrots, and she's doing this thing where she's eating a tiny bit of carrot every day and increasing the amount that she eats to like train herself to stop being allergic. So you could do that with vodka, is what I'm trying to say.
So I turn out being an alcoholic and she just turn out liking vegetables. That's so funny. That reminds me of like most YA novels when they're like, oh, I've been secretly taking poison for a year so that I can withstand it. Oh my god, I love that. I might do that. Tom will probably come down and I'll be like sipping vodka, like, oh. Emily, I am just looking that up because if it's like A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, then I will probably enjoy that. Do you know what? I've read a book by Juno Dawson, and I don't know how. Wow, I can't speak.
I have quite a few, but yeah, I never have, which is so strange because her books were so popular even when I was really into like YA contemporary.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
feel
know
like
why.
I've heard loads about Clean, and I feel like I've heard loads about
Yeah.
Wonderland. Is it Wonderland? Yeah, it's Wonderland.
Yeah, and Meat Rocket. They're like a.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
really.
think they're originally, but I think they're connected. Maybe.
Oh right, okay. I've got. I think she was responsible for like putting together an anthology called Proud. I've got that one. I haven't read it, but I've not read a single one of her novels, and I feel really bad about it. Oh my god! I've literally typed. I don't know what is wrong with me. I don't know if you can. You probably won't be able to see. I've literally typed "I'm reading Cruel" instead of just "Cruel Summer" by.
I'm not doing very well tonight with that.
Honestly, oh my gosh, Karis, I've literally just posted my TBR video, and the amount of times I've had to like type a correction to what I've said. I literally said instead of hosting, I said hotching. Don't know why I said that. There was another one. Oh, what was it? She literally just stuff like that. I said stuff like that about 4 times, and watching it back, I was like, why can't I speak? I was literally just not with it, and I feel like that's just a mood at the minute for me. I don't know why, but yeah.
I've just added. Well, I found Cruel Summer on Goodreads, and I've added it to the TBR mainly because it's called Cruel Summer, which is an iconic Taylor Swift song. So I hope it gives me those vibes.
Well, I'm gonna see what it says because I found it now. Okay, so it says a compelling psychological thriller with a dash of romance. That sounds pretty cool. I think I'd like that. That sounds like Verity, so I feel like I would like that. So yeah, Emily, read Verity after reading that. I'm gonna add that. See, oh, I just love these lives, but I also hate them because I just want to all these new books. That's amazing.
12 pages of Rebecca.
How are you liking it?
Someone set the fire off.
Oh my gosh, that's awful. Rebecca's actually on my March TBR.
Ooh, I'm excited. I hope you like it.
Yeah, it's one where I've said in so many live shows, like, oh, I want to get to it, but I want to get to it in October. And then I got one of the prompts was like a random pick. So I've got like a little tin with a load of books names in it. So I was going through and I picked it out and I was like, oh my God, it was Rebecca. And I was like, wow, you couldn't write that. So I'm very
I always hate it though, kind of when people read books that I really enjoyed. I'm always like, oh, what if they don't like it? Like
yeah.
I watched Rachel's video where her like come book shopping with me one the other day, and she said that she bought Little and Lion because I'd been talking about it, and I was like, oh God, now I'm stressed in case you hate it.
Because she'd said Little and Lion, or she couldn't remember the title. And I think I commented being like, is it Little and Lion? Because Karis has spoken about that recently. And then she was like, yeah, that's what it was. And I was like, that is brilliant. I want to read that. It's on my list after I did about it. But you've got a really nice cover, and the covers that I've seen are absolutely, not horrible, but they're not as nice. So I'm like, oh, I don't want to buy those. I like the nice, pretty one that Karis has.
Yeah, I think they changed it for the paperback because I got the hardback. I think my dad bought it for me. He was in the States, and I sent him whenever he goes to the States for like work. I always send him a list of things to buy from Barnes and Noble.
That is so cool.
Yeah, so that's my edition's different. But
I found out recently, before the whole lockdown thing, that obviously Barnes and Noble don't ship to the UK, but if you go through PayPal, they ship to the UK.
Oh.
Yeah, so I've managed to order quite a few things from there. And it's the weirdest thing, like having a Barnes and Noble package arrive at your door that's literally come from America. And I'm like, oh, I love that. I should have done more now, because I feel like now after all of this, it's going to be really difficult. But yeah, I loved it. I have like a Barnes and Noble exclusive of Kingdom of Ash by Sarah J. Maas. I bought that.
I love all the Barnes and Noble like pretty editions of like different classics.
Oh, I was going to say, I don't have a classic, or I don't know if I'll be able to get it. It's like awkward. No, but I've got like a Princess Leia cover. It's like a Star Wars book, but it's like a really rare cover of it or something. But I managed to get it because, again, I think I ordered just before lockdown because I was like, oh, I'd seen it and I thought that looks really cool. But I really like, yeah, I like the whole classics thing that they have. When everyone hauls them, I'm like, oh, they're just so pretty. I wish we had them. Sorry, I'm just searching for it because it's just beautiful.
I'm just going to read some of the comments.
Yeah, sorry, we've just been chatting.
Not going out to save me so much money.
Yeah.
Literally. But she did so well in my first semester of first year, and then second year happened.
I was the opposite. I think I had like Freshers Week for me was absolutely crazy. I was out like every single night. I was drinking from like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe even earlier than that. And then we were going on like crawls and stuff. So that, I don't know how I survived that. I think now I literally would only manage a night or two and then I'd have to give up. But yeah. I spent so much in that first year. But then I think because I was with Tom as well, I just didn't want to go out as much because I was just not bothered about it. Like we'd just hang out and chill. And then third year, I basically never went out, only to Tom's pub because, again, like chill with him for a bit, have a few drinks. And it was nice because obviously I knew all the locals and stuff anyway. And I'd just go into the pub and like chatting to people. That sounds like something you'd say like 50 years ago, but honestly, I just loved it. And then I think I went off the clubbing aspect of it. 1, because of the money, and 2, because I was just like not bothered. Like, I'd much prefer to just sit there, have a pint, enjoy my pint, and people.
I think I was better in second and third year with like money and going out as well. Because in first year as well, being on campus, I was like buying all my food for myself and like cooking for one, which I hated. But then in second and third year, I was with like my 2 best friends and we basically did a weekly shop like all together. So that definitely like saved loads of money. And then with like going out so many times, we'd be like, shall we go out? And then it'd get to it, I would be like, no, let's just get a bottle of wine and watch like crap TV.
That's such a nice night though. I love that, but then I also love the very spontaneous nights out. Like I've been
Yeah.
on before in like the worst outfit, like comfy clothes, where I've just been chilling at home and someone's gone, let's go out. And then you just go out and then you get absolutely shit faced. And you're like, this is the best night ever because everyone's having such a good time. Like I love that more than like when you plan to go out. I feel like it's just so much better. Everyone's so much happier.
Yeah.
I found the Princess Leia thing, by the way. Am I still blurry? I'm sorry if I am, but it looks like that.
That's pretty. No, you're not blurry anymore. At least not for me.
Yeah, you can get loads of covers. There's like R2D2, Darth Vader. I think there's a C-3PO one, but they're all really like hard to find now, which is weird. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, I'll just buy it. I don't know if I'll ever read the Star Wars books because that's like a commitment. But I love the films, and I was like, it's pretty cool to have.
Yeah, it's pretty as well. So it's just
Yeah, but
fine.
I'm such a sucker for like a pretty cover though. Like I would buy a classic, like one of those Barnes and Noble classics, just to have one. Like I probably would never read it, but I'd have it.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah. Ooh, I've
yeah,
heard really good things about that.
Yeah, I haven't read it, but
No, me either.
seen it. Yeah, I was going to say this is one for you.
I love that trilogy. I've literally, yeah, I'm gonna start the third trilogy in the Realm of the Elderling soon because I'm reading it for Elderling along. I don't know if you're doing that, Christy, if you're catching up. I don't know, but I think I've given every book I've read from Robin Hobb 5 stars. It's just so good, and it's not the type of fantasy. I don't know. I feel like it's quite easy to fall into. Like the first book, I struggled initially reading it, but it's because the main character is like 7 years old, so he's like, it's a bit weird. But oh my god, I feel like everyone should read those because I feel like everyone would enjoy something in it. It's like very, very. I don't know what to say. It's very like character driven, but it's also politically driven as well. But it's just, I love it. Basically, I'm hoping that you're enjoying it. It is massive though, but I would recommend the audiobooks. They are on Scribd, and I always listen to the audiobook whilst reading physically because it just helps so much. And you also get through it faster in a way, I think, as well. Because I tend to like listen to audiobooks on 2 times the speed, but if I'm reading, I bump it up and then I'm like, oh, I've only got this much left. And yeah, it's just very fun.
Eleanor Oliphant, but finding it a bit boring. I haven't read that. I have it, but I haven't read it.
Yeah, I haven't read it. Someone recommended it to me on Twitter though, because I asked for literary fiction recommendations. But yeah, I looked at it and I was like, oh, I don't know if that's for me. At least not now. I feel like I'd need to start with something a little bit different and then maybe move on to that. But yeah.
Yeah, I do really want to read it, but it's not here. It's in my flat. And I think when I bought it at first, the like description, I was like, is this going to hit a bit too close to home? Because I think it's about this girl who's like really like lonely and all that sort of stuff. And that's when I was like going through it. So I feel like now I could read it and, you know, be okay.
Yeah.
But if it's boring, that's not great. Macy's going. Met Juno Dawson 3 times. Yeah, she has like so many different. I feel like she's written something from basically every single genre. Juno Dawson.
Yeah. I feel like every time I like read what her book is about, I'm like, oh my god, that's so different.
Yeah.
I didn't know she had that many though. That's crazy.
Yeah, the one that we just added, I think it said it was from like 2013.
Oh wow.
No. Yes, we will be reading more. I'll just get through the comments and then, yeah, we can go again because it's 7.
My mum literally texted me being like, okay, because basically my mum phoned just before the live show was going on, and it comes through my computer because it's connected. And I just put the phone down on her, and I was like, I'm on a live, don't phone me. I'll phone you like at some point. She just keeps messaging me every 10 minutes, like, is it for me to phone you?
Bless.
So again, I won't be
Yeah.
reading at the start of the sprint because my mum will be chatting to me. It's because I think the dogs had her vaccinations today, and then my mum's had her second COVID jab today. So I think she'll like want to chat.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Not much
Oh.
romance.
Oh. Okay. That makes me more interested because I'm not
Maybe,
about romance.
maybe Goodreads just pitched it as romance to like get more people. Get the
Probably.
blurb. Yeah.
Yeah.
How long are you guys? Just joined.
Um,
Hey.
we normally go on for quite a bit, but I don't know. We'll try and talk less if you want, and maybe try and do like two sprints. Well, if we do two 45-hour sprints, we'll have
45 hour.
Oh,
45 hour. I think I might leave you to do that.
I'm telling you, I'm just not there today. I don't know what is wrong with my brain. 45-minute sprints, I think, will be enough.
Yeah, we could do 2 more 45 minutes, and that would take us up to about like 9-ish. I can't do mental maths. Is that right?
I can't either, but I'd say, yeah, if we give ourselves like talking time as well.
Yeah. So basically, we've got a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Emily said she's gonna go.
See you in a bit. Maybe pop back in.
And Claire asks, "What are we reading?"
I think I'm just gonna stick with this one for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna read
That book
another
is
20. No, I'm gonna read another 20 pages of this so I can catch up with the buddy read, and then I'm gonna read Spin and Silver.
Oh, see, I've got this weird thing where I really want to finish this weekend, but because I've only just started it, tomorrow I plan on filming like 3 videos because I kind of need to. So I don't actually know if I'll manage it. So I'm like, I'll have to read about 150 pages a day. So I'm like, I kind of want to do it, but then I kind of don't. So we'll see how that goes. Because obviously in the last sprint I read like 20 pages, if that.
And now you're gonna go on a phone call.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just distracted. So I don't know. As you can tell, my brain is just.
We have to go mid sprint for dinner. That's cool. Okay, right. I'll put the timer on again.
Yeah. Also, if anyone does need to pop out for dinner and stuff, we get it because obviously we're sprinting at a strange time. So like, don't feel bad or anything, or don't feel like you have to come back or say bye or whatever. Just go.
Cool.
Right, I'll mute myself.
So I'm gonna put it on full screen as well this time because that really annoyed me last time.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Cool.
Bye.
Bye. Oh. Did you do any reading?
No. I literally didn't get any reading done. I phoned my mum, which obviously took a while. I made my soup. Well, I chopped up some veg. The soup is in a soup maker. Not that much effort went into it. And yeah, I came up and I was like, I didn't realize I'd been gone for that long. But I got a bit sidetracked because I posted a new video today, so I've been like replying to comments. But I've noticed that I'm 11 people away from hitting 1.5k, which is crazy considering
Well,
I only reached 1,000 subscribers about 3 weeks ago. So I'm like a bit like mind blown about it. So I was a bit sidetracked because I was just like, oh my God. And then I looked at the time and there was like 1 minute left and I was like, I'm not going to read for 1 minute.
I've read one page. Well, if there's anyone here that isn't subscribed to Rhiannon, then you definitely
I doubt it because we tend to have the same circle. But yeah, I would appreciate it if you aren't subscribed. But that is crazy.
That's so cool.
I just can't believe it. Like it. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'll stop going on because yeah.
Okay. I think I've only got like 10 or 15 until 1.7, and I was like finally my channel has started to like grow a little bit from because when I first came back, I swear I think I had 1.6, and then when I started posting videos again, I like lost like 200 subscribers or something because obviously people who were here like 5 years ago probably do not care. So it's nice to, not that numbers are everything, but it's nice to like.
It's just nice to know that like people care about what you do, isn't it? Like you're putting so much effort into making these videos, and you know it takes a lot of time for one to read all the books, sit down, film a video, edit a video, on top of real life as well. And I feel like to actually see people enjoy it and you know interact with you and sort of, I don't know how to word it. It's just really nice and it means a lot, basically. But yeah, I think because we've started doing these lives as well, more people are seeing what we're actually like, as opposed to like maybe just how they would have seen us in our videos.
Yeah.
And plus we've been bouncing around different live shows, so I feel like more people then see your videos. Do you know what I mean? So then yeah. Oh, I'm glad you're growing.
That's so cool. 1.5.
I know
that's so quick.
I'm like speechless. I can't believe that. I don't want to get my hopes up though, because there's always like, as soon as you reach something, there's always like, once you refresh it, it's like back down, isn't it? And like you said, numbers aren't everything, but this is like such a big milestone. I'm like, wow,
yeah.
That is crazy. Like I never thought when I first started my channel, it was like 3 years ago, I want to say. I feel like it was just when I went to uni, maybe even 2 years ago. And I was literally posting like one video every like 3 months, and it was like weird unboxing or whatever, and I'd tried and I just didn't click with it. And then considering I've only started posting again since May last year, so it'll almost be a year now, and I've like grown. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, that just, I think I just needed time to be like, whoa.
Yeah, no reading, just
But yeah,
I read like 20 or 30 pages of The Shadow of the Wind. I've read my bit, but I texted my friend because I was like, she might have read on, in which case I'm still behind, you know, so we'll see. But I was listening to a bit of the audiobook of Spinning Silver as well. So
oh, wow, you've been so productive.
I know, when I joked at the start when I was like, oh yeah, you'll do one different book in each sprint, that's literally me. I'll have done like Midnight Library, then Shadow of the Wind, and then the next one I'll like focus on Spinning Silver.
I like doing that though. Sometimes I do feel like you need that just to keep you going, because like I said, if I were to just read a load of these at the minute, I'm glad that I read Verity because it was a break and I needed it. And then even though I'm finding it hard at the minute, I feel like it's just me. it's not the book. Do you know what I mean? I think it is just, I think my head's just like in it today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like maybe tonight I'll try and take it easy, but we'll see. I just don't want to force myself and then get annoyed at myself for being in a slump.
Yeah, get in a slump, exactly.
Also, the cider has arrived. I had to. I was literally like, we had no milk and we had no like alcohol. Well, we have alcohol, but no cider. And I was like, I don't know why, but on a Friday night, I do like a good cider. And I was like, well, the Wales-England match is tomorrow, which I'm going to have to be drunk for. Otherwise, I'm just going to be very angry at the screen. So I was like, Tom, do you mind getting ciders if you go to the co-op? And he was like, fine.
I feel like they're just an essential part of the Friday night now.
We start off with a cup of tea, and then by the end, we're like, for once as well, I've got a Copperberg.
Oh yeah.
Oh, have you got that? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I always go for mixed fruits for this one. I feel like the strawberry and lime one is a bit too sweet for me, which is weird because I love sweet things, but like I just can't drink that a lot. I've got to like maybe have one, and then I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just hits different sometimes, doesn't it? It's like you just need a cider.
I assume she's probably already gone, but
oh, possibly.
I think she sent it while we were still sprinting. But I just got a signed copy.
What? Oh my god! You are one of the luckiest people ever. That is crazy. I'm so happy for you. But people are selling that for like ridiculous amount of money. I've got 2 copies of the Illumicrate editions. So it's like got gold sprayed edges. And basically one arrived with the spine, like the writing on the spine had like come off a bit. And I was like, I've paid a lot of money for these. I'm not being funny. It's kind of damaged. So they just sent me like the whole new book. I asked for like a dust jacket and they sent another book. And I'm like, do I sell it or do I just keep it? Because that's the copy I have like on display, so that if there's light damage on it, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, other people really want it. Am I being a bit horrible in keeping it? But then again, like people are selling them for like stupid amounts of money, and I don't know if I'd be comfortable doing that.
I see people on Depop all the time. Like the book that you were reading, I can't remember the name of it, but the one that you were reading last week, the Sarah J. Maas one.
Oh yeah.
People, all the like exclusive editions of that or like signed editions, people literally last week, like I swear like the day after it came out, they're on Depop for like hundreds of pounds. And I'm like, well, you clearly, it's not like you bought it and you've read it and now you don't want it. You've bought it specifically to sell it on. You've like pre-ordered it specifically to sell it on. And I hate that because people who like genuinely really wanted it,
exactly,
able to like get it at the price that it goes at rather than having to pay like hundreds of pounds.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I think I sell a lot on my Depop and they are mostly like Fairy Loot or Owl Crate books. So I do price them up, but because of shit, like because of the whole cost and stuff, I'm like, it makes sense, but they're not to the point where it's not. Like, sorry?
If you've had to like pay for like a whole box, I guess.
I feel like subscription boxes, you're not gonna love everything, but like if I've spent like almost £40 on a box and I don't want the book, or I know I'm not gonna read the book, like I've been getting rid of like a load of sci-fi books that I'm just not keen on, and I'm like, I feel bad selling them for like more than, you know, not more than the standard edition, but like it is an exclusive edition for them. So if people are looking for them, then they're there. But again, I'm not making them like crazy. I think it's like £20 instead of like 12 or whatever. It's just that little bit like extra.
Yeah.
But again, books that I get where I'm, because of the nature of subscription boxes, I'm not going to love all of them. So I'd rather sell it for someone to have it at a reasonable price. Like you said, I wouldn't go on a website specifically to buy a book to sell it on. I feel like that's
the thing. It's a weird one because like I think older books as well, if they've been out a few years and if you just happen to have like a coveted edition of something, then I can sort of understand selling it for a bit more than what it was if it's now something that's rare and like it's a collectible, but it is when people like buy it new specifically just to sell it on. That's what really grinds my gears.
I feel like if people are willing to pay for a book, fair enough. Like if I'm looking on eBay and there's a load of copies of these books selling for God knows how much, and I genuinely just want to get rid of them, like you said, fair enough.
Yeah.
I would never buy something to sell it on. I feel like that's absolutely horrible. I was going to say, recently I've not been too bad with the exclusive editions because I saw the Sarah J. Maas one, but I thought I don't need it. I like the Crescent City one. I got the exclusive one for that, but I was just like, no, I don't need it because it would just be like another decorative thing, whereas someone else would probably really enjoy having it. Whereas for me, it would just be sat there and I'd look at it and I'd say, oh yeah, it's nice, but I'm not too fussed about it. Do you know what I mean? I'd rather someone else have it that would appreciate it more than me just having it for aesthetics. Like, I feel like this year I've done really well in not buying books that I don't need. So, you know, like the Fairy Loot sets. I have bought the Ember and the Ashes set because I've wanted to read those books for years. So I caved and bought those. But there were other ones where I was like, oh, they're just beautiful. But then I was like, but it's just sprayed edges. Like, it's just sprayed edges at the end of the day. It's fine. I don't need it. And yeah, sorry, that was again a very massive tangent. But if you buy exclusive books for the purpose of selling them on, you are not a nice person.
I'm really glad that Christy has been able to get, which is what the original comment was. That's really cool.
That is crazy. I'm so happy for you though. That is, wow. I can't believe that. I've got a copy of Muse of Nightmares with the orange pages if you would like that, because I'm sure I've got like 2 editions of that because I bought one by mistake. I think. I'll double check, but it's because I've kept some at my mum's house because I knew when I moved here I didn't have a lot of space. And so I'm like trying to remember what I've got and what I haven't. But yeah, possibly. Oh my gosh, Dance Moms, what a classic. I go through such funny phases of just binging a load of like YouTube videos on like the episodes. Love.
Yeah. I feel like I've only seen the first 2 or 3 seasons in full, but I know like literally everything that happens just from YouTube videos.
I love it. The drama. I feel bad for the kids because like the kids genuinely get treated like crap.
Yeah.
But I get it because, fun fact, I used to play tennis for Wales when I was a kid. But it was like very intense. Like I got pulled out of school to do like training sessions. I had to travel like every weekend for this, that, and the other. And I just could not be asked with that anymore. So one day I literally just stopped and I've never played since. So like watching the kids and how people are treating them, oh my God, it just grates on me because I'm like, it genuinely made me feel awful. Like I to this day, I feel bad for quitting because I wish I hadn't. But it was just like way too much for like what
it is too much.
That was like trying to be in school, trying to get, you know, trying to get more friends, but trying to like be friends with people, trying to be in like, loads of different sports clubs when you couldn't. And yeah, it's just really hard. So like I love dance, I hate it.
Yeah, like with that, so many of the kids as well, they're not kids anymore, but you know, they don't do it anymore. They don't like dance anymore because of being in the show.
It's sad. Obviously they've got like a really good life now. I mean, they're like million like what, 15? Which is great. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, I just feel like they like exaggerated it when they didn't need to. But I love it. Like I'm trash for it. I'll sit down and watch like so many episodes in one go. But like, when I sit back, I'm like, oh, it's actually not really that good. Yeah, that was another tangent. Sorry.
Also read 23 pages.
Nice.
Finished. Oh, I'm glad we could help getting through Anna Karenina.
You'll see every week now. On the
I wonder
script.
how long it would take to read. Have you got, if you're still watching, Melina, have you got like a date for like a schedule? That's what I'm trying to say. Is there a date by when you are planning on finishing it? That was such a long way of saying that. The words were not coming to me.
Why can't we speak today? Honestly, this is probably like the most annoying live show to listen to because we just cannot get our words out.
Every week is just us like slowly spiraling into more like chaos, I think.
Didn't someone say we should do like a drunk live show or something? I feel like that would just be chaos because we'd both just like, yeah.
This is us with like
What?
like 2 sips of cider, yeah.
A cup of tea and a cider. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that for? Thanks, I am okay.
It might be because your thing says I'm a mess. I don't know.
Probably. Yeah, I'm okay. It's just I feel like I'm all over the place and can't just like focus. I'm a bit jittery today for some reason. But I've only got 10 subscribers to go until 1.5. That's crazy. So yeah, if you see me looking at my phone, that is why. It's because like things are happening and I'm like, ooh, I'm not trying to.
4 pages, the last 6 minutes.
Thanks for coming back.
Reading those 6 minutes. 37 pages.
Wow.
Good. Ellen Oliphant is probably just a slow book rather than boring. Oh, I'm glad that it's picking up a bit. I do need to get around to it. What are each of your favourite genres? Do you want to go first?
I can do. Is fantasy. I read mainly fantasy books, and then I also do love murder mysteries as well. I feel like those are my 2 main ones, but then I read like middle grade fantasy or whatever. So the main ones I'd say, yeah, fantasy and murder mysteries.
Mine, I like murder mysteries as well, like detective-y things. And I don't really know. I feel like I'm still, finding myself, finding my tastes. I think I've been reading, or like I've had interest in a lot of literary fiction stuff recently.
I'm like that.
I don't know if I would consider it a favorite because I haven't really read that much.
Yeah, I feel like the like idea of it really intrigues me, and I feel like everything I've heard about all these books, I feel like I'm going to enjoy them, but I'm just hesitant to start, if that makes sense. I feel like it's going to be quite overwhelming to start because I just don't know where to start. But
yeah,
have you read? It's not literary fiction, but hearing you say about the detective type stories, have you read The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter? Wow, that's a long title.
No, but is that the series that Meg really likes? I think. Yeah, I've seen it on her channel.
They're on Script. I've only listened to the first one. I listened to it last year, but I feel like that would be such a good book for you. I feel like you would love that. It's just so like funny. And you also see like all these characters from like, so you have like Sherlock Holmes and Watson and all this, and you see all like, so we have, I can't remember the names of them, but we have Frankenstein, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, that sort of thing. So it's all those type of, well, you probably know if Meg's spoken about it, but oh, it's just so good. I feel like you would really, really enjoy that. And I did listen to the book and I loved it.
Cool. Yeah, it's been on my radar for ages, so I will have to. But yeah, I don't really know.
But it's just, oh, it's brilliant.
I will prioritize it then. But yeah, I feel like I have more like buzzwords rather than genres for things that I look for. So like mystery, and then I really like things that are like mental health based, like that as a topic. I really like anything that's set in like boarding school, that sort of vibe, anything like that. So yeah, that's not really a genre, that's just a load of words. But
then the A Good Girl's Guide to Murder Mysteries are probably like really good for you then, because it's like a murder mystery in school. That's really cool. I like that.
Yeah,
I need to carry on with those. I've read like 5 or 6 now. I need to carry on.
Same. I think because I was reading them so quickly though, I was like, I want to have a bit of a break, because otherwise I'll be done with them and then be like, now what?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, again. Oh, this is so sad. So there wasn't a match on last week, but the week before was when I did my 1K sprints, I think. Or it might have been, yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. And Emily, bless her, was in work all day, so she missed like her team playing, well, England. And then she was on my sprints, so like she literally missed everything. And I was like, oh, I feel so bad. And now you're missing it again. I'm sure like you've got an hour's commute as well, haven't you? Which is crazy. But oh, that's sad. I'll have a cider for you. I think I'm gonna go get pizza or something tomorrow. Have like a proper self-care, chilled day where I just eat crap, drink a ton, feel disgusting but love it.
Yeah, one of those days.
That is ridiculous. To be fair, I thought people would be selling it for more because it is so rare. I feel like the people that are selling it for £30 are the ones that have like bought it years ago, like you said, and then read it and thought, oh yeah, it's fine, but I'm not bothered, and then just sold it.
Yeah, they probably don't.
Like, oh my gosh.
They're probably gonna see now on eBay like another one going for hundreds, and the person who sold it will be like, "Oh no!" So
Yeah, just. I've done that a few times though, where I've sold something and then I see people have bought it for like triple the price, and I'm like, wow. It's like I don't know how to feel because I'm like, I don't want to price things up just for the sake of it. Like we were saying earlier, like I'd rather just give it away but for like a reasonable price. But I'm just thinking sometimes like I could have made so much money from that. But every book I sell on my Depop, it goes into like its own little PayPal section, and that is the only thing I use for like BookTube. It's all for like my channel. Sometimes books, because books are part of my channel, but
yeah, I've got a card on my Monzo card for like my Depop sales.
Yeah,
and that all just goes back into books.
but it's nice though because yeah, you get rid of stuff and then just buy more.
Yeah. Hi. Christy says.
Okay, I'm guessing that's about Muse and Nightmares, isn't it? I'm trying to look up there because I feel like what it was, I can't even remember. I'm sure I have two with the sprayed edges, and then I bought one without sprayed edges, and I don't know why. I'm sure I had 3 copies of this book, and I don't know why. And I thought, oh, I'll have a look. I'll see where it is. I should find it somewhere.
Hi.
Thanks for coming back.
We said that at the exact same time. I want to finish it before spring starts because so many people come books.
That's literally my TBR today. I've got I'm reading Truth Witch because I read that years ago and then I wasn't keen, but like so many people have hyped it up that I'm gonna give it another. That's for Which Lands Along, which is like by Jade. Then there's Elderling Along, and I'm doing Tog Along. So I've got like 3 books that I will be actively reading a book for each month, and I'm like, that's half of my TBR gone, like for the next 8 months. So yeah. But I do love it though because I like all the like live shows and discussions, and it's nice to read like with people, but not read with people.
Yeah, I've been like telling myself that I'll read because I get this subscription box called Books That Matter, which is like their sort of aim is to promote like feminist books or books from like non-binary authors. And I've been getting that because I really like the books that come in it and like the other stuff that comes with it. But I've been saying to myself, like, I have to read them like the month after I get it. So I'll read February's book in March because otherwise I'm not going to prioritize them. So I've got them, and then have you seen on Twitter? There's that. It's coming. It's in London. It's called Book Bar. It's like just open recently.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day in a live. I think is it like you can go in and have a drink or something and buy books?
Yeah, it's like a wine bar bookshop mix.
I love that.
Yeah. So I like subscribe to their email like mailer thing because I thought, oh, when I'm back, that'll be, and when I can, that'll be somewhere like really cool to go. And they've like announced that they're doing a book club and they're starting it like virtually. So you can like sign up for a subscription and they'll send you the book, and then it's like once a month. And because I really want to find like a in real life book club, I was like, oh, maybe that'll be one that I can like go to in person when we can. So yeah, I've done that. So now I've made a commitment.
So cool though. I would love that. Yeah, I get what you mean, because obviously you're doing all these things online. It's sometimes hard to actually like, I don't know, I feel like it would be so nice to actually have something outside of it being online. I feel like that's so
Yeah.
nice. It's such a good idea.
Yeah. So it's going to be like virtual for the next, like April and May are definitely virtual. And those are the ones that I've signed up to, but it's just like a rolling thing, I think. I guess if it's like successful, then they'll just roll it on. So yeah, but now
wow.
I've got another book to add each month to my TBR. But they were both books that I can't even remember what they were, but I hadn't heard of them. But when I read them, the blurb, I was like, oh, that sounds really interesting. So I think it'll be like good to discover new stuff.
I need to start reading my Fairy Loot books, because like you said, I keep getting a book every month and then I just don't read it. And now I look and I'm like, wow, I've got so many books that I just haven't read.
Yeah.
I definitely need to do that, actually, now that you've mentioned it. I might do like a themed vlog one week of like just reading Fairy Loot books or something. I've got a lot.
That would be a good idea.
Ooh.
It's
like when someone asks you what your favorite book is and suddenly you can't remember a single thing.
Well, I haven't really read that much fantasy, so I'm not.
I was going to say, there's contemporary fantasy is a genre, so that's like fantasy in the real world. So maybe is a place to start, because you're in this world. There's just fantastical elements. So like, I read A Song Below Water by Bethany C. Morrow, and that's about like mermaids and stuff, or sirens, but it's still based in our world, and they go to school and things like that. So maybe something like that would definitely help, because I feel like if you just jump from one straight to the other, it's going to be quite hard to wrap your head around things. I don't read a lot of contemporary fantasy because I don't like reading contemporaries, so I keep away from that. But I'm sure if you search it, there'll be videos on it or a list or something. But off the top of my head, A Song Below Water. Trying to see if I've got anything else.
I was going to say, what about like what's she called? What about like the Night Circus? So that's not is that fantasy, or that's like magical realism?
Yeah, it's so like magical realism, lyrical fantasy type. To be fair, I started the Night Circus, and I don't know why I put it down, but I put it down. But from what I read, I really loved it, and I feel like it would be possibly a good place to start, because I feel like there's just so many different elements to it that it's not just high fantasy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I haven't read it, but it's one that I've heard people say that the writing is like really good, like really is lyrical the right word? Like that sort of writing style, you know? I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, it might be a good one.
I'm trying to think, maybe even Strange the Dreamer, because even though, I don't know, it's like, it's one of my favorite books, but I just find it so difficult to describe because it's fantasy, but it's not extremely fantastical to the point where you're just really confused. But writing is beautiful. Like, that's one of my favorite parts about it. It's just stunning. So yeah, I think I'd recommend Strange the Dreamer as well, actually.
Yeah, maybe that's one I should try. As I guess I'm kind of like this as well.
Yeah, it is hard. Like, I don't know, it's difficult to get recommendations for your specific taste, isn't it? Like, it's easy enough for me to search for, you know, contemporary fantasies, but then like maybe they don't have the elements that you want, so it does take a bit more research. But I feel like as soon as you sort of find what you kind of like, it will be easier.
Yeah, I know.
Trial and error, I guess. But that's going to be me with literary fiction. I'm literally going to dive in. I'm probably going to hate a few books. I'm probably going to love the other few. And I'm just going to have to figure it out. But yeah, I hope that helped. I always feel like I ramble when people ask me questions. I get stressed.
That like, oh god.
I love this. Yes.
Yeah, that is also.
Oh, I read. Oh, it's not set in a school actually. It's about like school kids. Oh, what was it? Was it this one? No. I think it was this one that I recently read. This was really good. It's like a it's kind of like And Then There Were None. So it's like school kids, but something's happened at like a party, and then a year later they all get an invitation to this house, and then they all go, and obviously stuff starts going a bit crazy. So this is a good YA mystery thriller. I feel like I don't pick a lot of them up, and I don't know why. I feel like it just scares me a bit, but I really enjoy it once I read it. So yeah. Also, she's probably, I can't get that in. Also, Karen M. McManus. I've got loads of her books there, but she does really good ones. Emily probably knows this. Like, I feel like Emily knows every single book. But yeah, that's pretty good. Oh my gosh,
that sounds horrendous.
If I would not do an hour to work. Wow. But that's the thing, people will buy them, won't they?
I don't know. We'll do one more, I think, if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll get through the comments and then we can do.
I'll try and read in this one. There shouldn't be. Oh my gee, I've got my food, haven't I? Oh.
Well, we'll get to the end and it'll be like, how many pages have you read this evening? 10. That's fine.
Fine. No, it's only soup, but I want to make like not make. I want to put part baked baguettes in the oven just so I can have something a little bit stodgy.
That's Christy's.
Oh,
Twitter.
Okay, I'll make
it up.
Also, I'm really bad at answering messages. I don't know why. I know they're there, and I just completely forget to answer. So if I take a while between responses, that's why. Karis knows me very well. We can have like a full conversation. Like it's like Karis one day, 1 week, and then I answer her one day the next week, and we just carry it on.
I like that we've now just given up on the Twitter DMs. We're like, we'll see each other on Friday.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, at least now we have the time to actually chat, which we were going to do anyway. I'm sure you said we should WhatsApp, and then I was like, oh yeah, we should. And then I just never did because, again, I'm awful. I don't know why. Like, I used to love messaging, and I used to be like the one that replies straight away. And now I'm just like, I feel like it takes time to think of something important enough to say. If that makes sense.
That's like all that we do now, right? Like, be online. And then, yeah, I'm really bad. Yesterday, one of my friends, Kayla, she put a tweet out about like a book, and she said she'd send it to anyone if they wanted it, and it was one that I had on my TBR. So I was like, oh, I'd love that. And she was like, oh yeah, of course, DM me your address. So I went to DM her, and then I saw that I hadn't replied to the latest message that she sent me from like a month ago or whatever. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. And I felt really bad because I was like,
yeah,
you just offered to send me this book, and here I am sending you my address without having replied to your other message.
No, I definitely feel that. But I think as well, it's like with everything. So, you know, I was saying earlier I was doing my comments, but I don't like replying to comments as I get them. Like, I have to have at least like 3 or 4 that I can like sit down and actually pay attention to and type. I feel like if I just do it one by one, I just lose where I'm at. So if I'm ever slow at replying, I'm so sorry, but it's just me.
Not you, it's me.
Yeah. Classic. Yeah, that's fair enough. To be fair, I definitely think the last few months that I've been more of a mood reader, but it's good that I am really invested in Robin Hobb. So like I've been wanting to pick them up. But a lot of stuff I've been putting on my TBRs, and then I'm like, nah. So I get that, don't worry. Yeah. Oh, have you not read it, Rachel? I thought you'd read the whole thing. Or was it only the first one that was a reread? Oh, that's exciting. Let me know like what you thought of everything, because at the minute, again, I'm in a weird mood. So I started it. I read about 20 pages of the first one and then put it down. Yeah. Oh, Strange the Dreamer. Honestly, I'm so glad as well. Maddie and India, I think, are doing like a read along for Strange the Dreamer. I think it starts in April. And I'd been planning on rereading it this year anyway, because I just haven't stopped thinking about it lately. And I'm so excited. Like, it's just beautiful.
Maybe I should join in for that then. I feel like I've got one of them, so have no excuse.
If not, put it on your wish list.
Okay.
You know what? It's so bad at the minute though, because like I'm in such a giving mood, but like I really shouldn't. It's like I spent money on myself, and I'm like, do you know what? I'll host a giveaway. Do you know what? I'll just go through people's wish lists, and then I'm like, I should probably be saving money right now, but it's like, you know, with Rachel. Or actually, you need to put that on your wish list. The World Book Day book for A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Like, you'll enjoy thing. And because she was like so obsessed with those books after we recommended them to her, I was like, it's only fitting if I give her this little extra content. So one day I was just like, buy it. So I've just been in a very weird mood lately.
I know what you mean though. I really love like gifting, like just randomly off people's wish lists or whatever.
It truly makes my day. I remember when you sent Mexican Gothic to me, and I was honestly like shook. And that's like what, 500 subs? I'm almost at 1.5. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
It mean a lot though, doesn't it? And yeah, it's just Tom can't believe it. He's like, what, people have actually sent you books? And I'm like, yeah.
I feel like I sort of justify, it's like a need to spend money, but then if I'm buying for the people, it's
yeah, exactly. It's like for people's birthdays as well. I know like they're probably months away, but I've sort of planned in my head like, oh, I know this person would like this. And it's not even necessarily a book. I'm just like, oh, that person would like this. And I'm like, oh my God, stop.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I feel like I could make a spreadsheet of when people's birthdays are, because I have no sense.
I definitely need to. I feel bad because I used to go on Facebook like every day. So most people, you know, their birthdays pop up, and now I don't go on Facebook, so I don't really communicate with people. So I feel awful. Like I know the important ones, but yeah. Got Five Little Liars on my TBR. I flew through it, but again, I think it was like just what I needed. I tend to read thrillers during when I need a break from fantasy books. And then I feel like I enjoy them a lot more because it's like completely different, and it's like a completely different vibe. Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
I really like she's called Grace. GK reads. I really like her channel. She hasn't read that many books that I've actually read, but every single book that she talks about, I'm like, oh yeah. You know, when people just describe books really well, and even if they're not the sort of thing that you actually are interested in.
Yeah, that's why I bought Hamnet. I bought Hamnet because Rebecca would not stop like talking about it, and the way she was speaking about it, I was like, that just sounds beautiful. I'm gonna buy it, and I bought it. Now I'm like, probably not sure if I'm gonna enjoy it, but we'll see. I'll give it a go.
I think I'm going to read that next month.
I'm subscribed to her now, by the way, so thank you for that. I will go through her videos. This is another thing. I feel like at the minute, I'm just not in the mood to watch booktube videos, so I'm just not. And now my watch later is so long, and I feel so bad because I normally love commenting and going through whatever. And I've just like lately, I'm like, I just don't want to watch anything.
I know. I've wanted to, but I don't know what's happened to me this week. I can't tell you a single thing that I've done other than work. But like the time, what has happened, and it's like I haven't had time to watch videos, but I have because I haven't been doing anything else. But yeah, my watch list is terrible as well.
But like, I don't know what is wrong with me, because I don't know if it's that, like I said, I just can't focus at the minute, so I can't like sit down and take everything in, because I want to be the one to like comment and whatever on
Yeah.
people's videos. But like it's just so difficult because there's so many videos and loads of ones that I really want to get to, but I'm like, oh, I just, if I put it on, I just won't listen to it, and I'm like, oh, that's so bad. It's not the video's fault. It's literally the fact that I'm just in such a weird mood, and I think it's lockdown. I think
Yeah.
this happened to me in the first lockdown, where I went through like 2 weeks of feeling absolutely awful, didn't know what I wanted to do. Then I like spent days in bed because I was just like, oh, I'm not bothered. So that's coming. Love it. But I feel like that's the point then where I'll just binge everything and then get it out my system, and it'll be fine.
Oh, well, hopefully it won't be that bad.
I don't think it will be. I think because I'm actually like still at uni technically, so I am working. I'm doing like uni work and school work, so I'm like
Yeah.
making lesson plans, creating, you know, the work. So that keeps me busy, and I feel like I'm glad for it, because the last lockdown
Yeah.
is basically what it was my last year at uni, so obviously the most important year. And then halfway through March, they were like, "Okay, you're gonna have to stay home now." And then it was like, "Yeah, you're kind of on your own. We're not gonna give you any work. Just do like, I think it was like one extra essay." And then I had my dissertation, and then after I was done, I was just a bit like, what do I do? I was off work
Yeah.
for like 5 months and I couldn't see my family. And I think it was because I was turning 21 as well. It was just really
Yeah.
getting, because I was like, oh, I don't like it.
I think the family thing is the worst. Like, I was felt so much better like when I came back here in the summer, and that's basically why I've stayed here, because like even though I had one friend that I sort of saw when I was at my flat, like when we could like meet outside and stuff, we lived like right opposite a common, so we'd like go and sit there sometimes in the summer, but other than that it was just like so much time just like by myself. So
Yeah,
I
that's the thing.
definitely like,
Sorry, carry on.
I was just gonna yeah I was just saying it's definitely like being with my family now is like, even though we get on each other's nerves, it's definitely better than the first lockdown in that sense.
Yeah, I'm glad that I've got Tom. Obviously now I've got a puppy as well. I have a cat as well, but she's very chilled. She's just like, leave me alone. I don't want attention. So like, I think now at least I've got, I've got the pup, and I love her to bits. And even though she's a pain, but like you said, it's like just having that as well, because I do miss my family. I miss my dogs and like just the little things. And it's horrible because I've not seen them since way before Christmas. And that is absolutely horrible. Like, it's heartbreaking to me. But saying that, I couldn't live with them because there's like a lot of them. There's like my mum, my stepdad, my sister, my stepbrother, and my stepsister. There's like 5 of them in a house and 2 dogs. It's nice to have, but like I didn't realize how much like it just how intense it would be, if that makes sense. It's just,
yeah, at least there's only 3 of us here. Not only child life.
Oh no. Oh, it'd be nice sometimes, but then I think like I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I love being by myself and being independent. Like when I moved away for uni, I thought I was gonna be distraught, but I was living life. But I think the fact that you can't even see them, I think that's like, you can't see them, or you know what I mean? I think that's the worst thing. And the worst thing is that people are still ignoring all the rules when I've been like, I'm staying in my house and I've almost been in my house for a year.
I know, like that's the thing with the weather getting nicer as well, just seeing so many people, because I live right opposite a park, so just even when we were like starting the sprints, it was still light outside, and like looking outside the window, there's just like groups of people, and I'm like, you definitely don't all live in the same house. The rule of 6 is not a thing right now. Like, yeah, apparently it's coming back or whatever, but not now. It's just, and those are the same people that are going to be like, oh, planning my outfit for June 21st. And I'm like, it's only going to work if if you don't do this, if you follow the rules.
I know, it's literally so bloody stupid. I genuinely can't believe it. But yeah, like you said, we were taking the dog to the vets earlier, and we have to drive through Carnarvon, which is a city, sort of city town. It's like a touristy town. Oh my god, the amount of people that were out there. And like you said, you're like, there's no way you all live in the same house. Like, there's no way you two should be out there together now. Like, I just can't believe it. I'm like, what is the point? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it does great on me. Like, I would do anything to be able to do that and to be able to see people, but like, I'm looking out for me. I'm looking out for other people. I need this vaccine. I actually am gonna phone soon because I'm asthmatic, so ideally I should get it soon, especially if I have to go into schools as well, because
Yeah.
teachers are still not considered to be high priority. So yeah, I don't think they'll be getting them for a while, which is a shame.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense because they're getting all the kids from the key workers who are working during a pandemic, who obviously interact with people. Their kids are still going to school. The teachers still have to go in and teach them. So why aren't they being vaccinated?
I don't understand that.
It makes me angry. But yeah, I should be getting it because of my asthma. So hopefully. But even then, I won't be, running outside, like, hugging everyone. I'll still be in the house being like, no.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a bit crap.
Yeah. It's really
I don't watch the news. I don't watch the news. I just live in my own little bubble, hope that everything goes away.
Yeah. I think it's just really exposed, like, the sort of people, I don't know what the word is, but certain people who you're like,
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like seeing how New Zealand and Australia are living their best lives, and we're here still a year later. And the fact that Boris Johnson keeps putting dates on things really annoys me, because it's like, how can you tell that by the 21st of June it'll be safe enough to open pubs? It won't be. Do you know what I mean? Like, I doubt it. Unless you can literally vaccinate every single person.
I saw a TikTok that was like some guy he was like walking down his driveway with his suitcase, and it was like the caption was COVID-19 leaving the UK in June because Bojo told it has to. And I was like, literally.
That's what made me laugh. When he said for Christmas that you could do whatever, it was like, oh no, it's the group of 6, isn't it? COVID coming to interrupt your party, but it realizes there's only 6 of you there, and they're like running away like this. It's like, oh, it just makes me laugh. I don't know where these numbers have come from. It's literally like an airborne virus. So like, no matter how many people are in a room, if one of you has it, you're all stuffed. I just don't get it. I don't get the logic behind it. It just, it makes me angry.
Same.
Oh, another tangent. We love it.
I feel like we were both just like, get it out of the system.
It just really does great on me, because yeah, I feel like that's why I'm feeling so crap though, is because I have been sticking to everything. I've been working. I do work at a supermarket, and I think from August onwards I was working, but I'm not anymore because obviously the cases went higher. I'm meant to be in schools at the minute on placement, and I was like, I don't want to be that exposed, so I'm off work until July, which I feel safer, definitely, so that's good. But yeah, I have been out there. I've seen what people are like. I don't trust people. And yeah, it's kind of terrifying. So yeah, it just makes me a bit angry. Moving on.
We're both just like,
I'm going to lose subscribers now. People are going to be like, ah.
Oh, no.
Sorry. You're trying to finish the book and we're chatting.
She has 220 pages left.
Oh, wow.
We need to finish.
To be yeah, Aqua, a lot of stuff goes down in the last like 200 pages, because it's the end of a trilogy, more or less. So everything kind of kicks off. So you should be able to fly through it, but I don't know. I read the last 100 pages of Akos. Literally in like, I don't even know how long it was, but I read it in one sitting basically because I was like gripped. I feel like Sarah J. Maas does that so well. So hopefully you can do it. I feel like it's so much later than it is as well. It's only 20 to 9. Fine.
Yeah. Got all night.
Right.
God, that was so long ago that we asked that question.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking that.
Booktube is definitely getting me to read more fantasy.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, exactly. To be fair, that's why I thought it would like go up again, the prices. I mean, because like if there's a renewed interest in that series, more people are going to be looking for it. But yeah, that's cool. Trying to plan student support. Yeah. It's just so difficult. Yeah. Literally. When Tom was like, oh yeah, pubs are closing at 10 and people have to be out by 20 past, I was like, what difference does that make? If they're there and they're the only people that are allowed in there, why do they have to leave at 10? If they're there and they've been there for hours, they're already compromised. Do you know what I mean? Like, what difference does it make?
Yeah. Just the memes in general. I just think people, I don't know, like I find the memes, like all the memes so funny, even though obviously like the topic matter is shit. It's just, I feel like I can imagine students in history lessons studying this in like 50 years time and being like, what? Like, this is how people coped. TikTok.
Yeah, honestly. Oh my god. It just makes me laugh though. I do love the memes, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey.
Oh my god, that is really weird. We have the chat system and I'm with years 5 and 6. That is crazy. And yeah, I could not deal without the chat system because very rarely you get people that want to participate. And most of them, I know what they do. They put their screens on and they leave. Like they leave the room. So I don't get how you'd be able to teach and get them to answer you to prove that they understand the work. I don't get that. Oh my god, it just...
Shall we do one more sprint as soon as we've got through the comments now?
Yeah,
now that you've got all that anger inside.
Honestly, I didn't realise how much pent-up anger I had. Oh my gosh, I'll be watching this back going, calm down, jeez. But that's the thing, I feel like, again, because I'm not speaking to anyone, the only person I can vent to is Tom, and he's heard this like a million times, so now I'm like...
Tell the internet.
Oh, that's probably a bad thing, isn't it? Because I'm going to get so many people that are like anti-vaccine coming at me being like, takes away human rights. And I'm like, mate, I don't care.
Microchipped.
The thing is, though, everything electronic that we have has a chip in it, and they know exactly where you are. They know exactly what you're searching. They know exactly what you look like. There's literally no privacy in this world. So what does it matter if I have a bloody chip inside of me?
Yeah.
It just makes me laugh. It's like you don't realise that everything tracks you and monitors you. There's even cameras everywhere on the street. Like you cannot do anything without being on some sort of device somewhere. Like it's such an integral part of everything now that we can't live without it. So like if the government want to chip me, go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't think that I'm, it's not like I'm some master criminal or something. What interest are they going to, if they're tracking my movements, what interest are they going to have in me? I don't even break, like, even at school, like I was a rule follower. I'm not going to do anything,
They're going to be concerned at how often you go to this wine bar.
Yeah, they'll be like, God, she's there again. Like, oh God, she's been sitting in the same place for 5 hours because she's doing one of those lives again.
Oh my God, it just makes me laugh so much.
Cases, unresolved cases.
Right. It's just,
I know you've got the technology and stuff.
I was going to say something then, and I've forgotten. But it's probably better if I don't carry this on.
Right, shall we sprint?
Yeah.
Do you want to do 45 minutes again, or do you want to do half an hour?
I honestly do not mind. I am definitely going to try and read. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. People in the chat.
I'm going to have to put my buns in the oven. That's what I was going to say, actually. The only issue I have with this vaccine, sorry, again, is the fact that they don't know if it affects fertility because they haven't had enough time to test it to make sure that it's safe. But again, in order to make everyone safe, you need to have the vaccine. So, like, that's the only issue I found with it, where, like, you can't tell for sure if it has any, like, long-term effects or anything because it's literally, we've had, what, like, 7 months to create this new vaccine, which is not a long time. So,
yeah, not enough time for someone to have a baby to test the theory on.
Yeah, imagine. Oh my god. But yeah, I'm done now. I won't talk about it anymore. That's the last thing I had.
Unless anyone in the chat has a preference for the amount of time we sprint for, I would just put it on for 45 minutes again because that's easier.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, it's going to be 9, isn't it? We'll definitely finish this live before 10, probably, because, like, I feel like otherwise it'll be going on for way too long. But then we will have done, like, 3 45-minute sprints, won't we? 3, 4? 3?
But that's, like, almost, I can't do maths. That's over 2 hours of reading, definitely. Right, Christy says 45 minutes, so we'll do 45 minutes, and then that'll take us to, like, 9:30, so that definitely gives us time to, like, wrap it up before 10.
Yeah, definitely. Cool.
Right.
I'll try and read, I promise.
We'll believe it when we see it.
I'll just turn my camera off.
Right, I need to find the screen again. Cool.
Hi. I hate that.
It was a bit when I looked up and I was like, is she awake? The way you were sitting, and I was just looking at you and I was like, because it was really close to the end, and I was like, oh God, I don't want to have to be like, wake up.
Can you imagine if I was sleeping? Oh my God, I felt it, like that last sprint. I think the last 10 minutes I was a bit like, ooh, I could sleep very, very much, but I won't.
It's that one sided.
Yeah, that's what it is. Honestly. No, I didn't sleep till like 2 a.m. this morning, because I needed to edit my 2-hour video because it was taking ages. And then I was up at 7 o'clock with the dog. So I am tired. I chose this life, it's on me. Also, I can see Christy's comment there.
What's this?
Yeah.
I had to reply to it because I was like, she's gonna think I didn't know if anyone had seen, and I was like, oh God, she's gonna be everyone. She's gonna be like, what?
I was on Twitter when I should have been reading, and then Karis messaged me on Twitter saying that I should be reading, and I just found it so funny. I looked up and you were looking at me as well, and I was like, uh-oh. I just burst out laughing. I always go on my phone for like the first bit of a sprint, but then I was on it for, a bit too long.
I mean, I was also on my phone, but I had my audiobook on, so you know.
Oh, do you know what?
Multitasking.
I did actually manage to read 30 pages though. I've actually read 56 today, considering I didn't really want to read. Been in a funny mood, but I'm actually glad, and it is like picking up now. It's got to the point where this is like the start of the story now. Like the character is where he needs to be. So I feel like it's going to pick up now, which will definitely help.
That's good. So you have read quite a lot, considering.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I've read altogether. Not
it's
much,
hard, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, considering I've read like 3 different books.
Oh yeah.
I think I've done like 50 pages worth of this on audio, which is good, seeing as I read like when I was actually reading it physically that one time. That's how much I did in like the whole time. But then I've done some of the other 2 books as well.
Nice.
But
we're nearly done.
Huh?
You're nearly done with it.
I know. I've got less than 100 pages, so I'm definitely going to finish it this weekend because I realised that it was nearly the end of the month, and even it doesn't matter, but I really just want to put it in my wrap up for February and have it done, because I started it in February. I think I started it in February. I could have possibly started it in January. Oh well.
I can't remember. Were you reading it on the first sprint? I feel like you might have. That was in I'm pretty sure that was in January, was it? Can't remember. It doesn't matter. I've been reading the Bone season since January and I still haven't carried on, so I like it. It's just I'm just not in the mood for it. Like I think it's like Spinning Silver for you, where like you're gonna have to dedicate a good chunk of time to it. But like if you spend too much time with it, it makes you a bit slumpy. If that makes sense. Yeah. That's how I feel with it. But then everyone said, at least in the Bone season, that it does get better after the first book. So hopefully.
Yeah. I think with Spinning Silver, I was like, I went through one week where I listened to so much of it and got through so much of it. Basically, most of what I've read of it, I did over the course of 1 week. And then it was the Jacqueline Wilson readathon thing. So I obviously didn't listen to it or read any of it during that week. And then I sort of, because I'd had that break like all of last week as well, I just didn't pick it up. So but I think I will finish it this weekend. I've got like, it's my dad's birthday on Tuesday, so I'm making him a cake this weekend. And I take hours to bake. So I'll listen to it then when I'm doing that.
Oh, also, I just want to say that Wilsathon vlog that you did was absolutely brilliant. I was laughing my head off. Like, realize that I would, but when you like popped up with your little pigtails and your bog off shirt, I was like, this is gonna be a good video. And it made me really want to watch Tracy Beaker again, because when you put some of those clips in of Roxy, I used to think like the baddest bitch out there.
Yeah, when I watched it, I was so ready. I was like, oh, she's gonna be so like, yeah, hardcore. And then I saw it. Obviously, I knew she was gonna be a kid, but I think it was just like, oh my god, she is like 8 years old.
It's just the voice that gets me every time. I forget how like young she sounds. I can't even remember the quote, but it's like, you don't even live here anymore. Like,
like,
and all I can remember is it Rio, the brother's called? And he goes, who's took my Maroon 5 CD?
Yeah. That's the best quote from the whole thing.
Oh, I love
that. That outfit with the pigtails I was filming that the morning of your 1K live show, so I was like, there's no way. Can you imagine? Because I'd never like spoken to like India or anyone before. Can you imagine me just turning up like, hi guys?
Bog off and you little pigtails. Oh my god, yeah, I laughed when you said that, when you were like, I've got Rhiannon's live show in a bit and I don't think I should come out and dress like this. And I was like, you should have, because that would have been hilarious.
It'd been a moment.
Yeah, it definitely would have. Oh my gosh.
I don't know where we were up to with the comments, so I'm just
going
here. I don't know if we did these. This was when we were talking about when we were having
when I was having my rants. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's the thing. Sorry. Oh, this is gonna get me worked up now. Especially after the first vaccine, I think you're only like 30%. I think it only like is 30% of. I don't know how to word it, but there's still like a 70% chance of you to have COVID, and it doesn't stop it. It just stops it from being as fatal. And then by the second jab, I think it's 86% or something. So you have what, 14% of a chance to still get it. So it's still there. But I guess so you can still get COVID after the vaccine. But again, there's no proof to say that you can't have COVID more than once either. So who knows? I feel like no one knows. Scientists are all trying to say stuff and then other people sticking their noses in. I just don't know what to listen to. So
yeah.
Hi. We have been reading. If that helps.
I think you just froze. I think.
Oh. Am I frozen?
Oh, you had frozen, but I could hear you. But
oh, okay. Sorry. My Wi-Fi has been quite bad this week, to be fair. So sorry.
It's okay. But yes, we've been reading. We've been reading. We've been chatting. The usual. I've finished, and OMG, I'm broken now. Oh, that was what's it called?
Oh, I don't want to be like reading a sad book, but I feel like it's going to be worth it. So it's on my TBR, so I have to read it. So I've basically spoiled my whole TBR video for everyone. Oh, well, thanks for coming, Emily. Yeah, I was going to say, you're probably gone.
But thanks for coming anyway.
I love the long comments, don't worry.
I know, but then it's me just being like, trying to read more than 2 words.
Oh my gosh, okay, it's fine. You froze for me for a second there. That's so weird. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, it's the comment after this that I was laughing at. But hi, Cece.
Hey.
And she goes, good to see you. I love that. It has outed you there, Cece. We know. I know. Don't worry. That's so funny. Why would you change that to Tinder though? That's so random.
That's so strange.
Wow, 120 pages in these sprints and got a couple of chores done. Well, I'm glad we can help. I hope Eleanor Oliphant, I feel weird saying that. I hope it's picking up or is getting interesting for you. I will read it eventually, probably, because it's one that I've heard really good things about.
10 pages away from the end. Yay. I love seeing how productive people have been.
Yeah, I hate it though, because I was like this the other day where I literally had 10 pages of my book left and I was like, oh, I just want to carry on reading.
You have to just sit there after the sprint's finished. Just put the first like 10 minutes back on. Well, not the first 10 minutes. That'll just be us chatting again. But
yeah. Hi.
Hi. Oh, I've lost where I am now. Read 20 pages of When No One Is Watching. So mad at character.
Ooh.
Is it the main character or just a side character? I haven't heard of that.
I feel like I have. I feel like it's a thriller.
It sounds like it would be a thriller.
Yeah, I'm sure I've heard about it. I can't picture it though, but I feel like I have. Cece's hosting more sprints on Sunday. I think they're normally 8 p.m. UK time. So if anyone wants some Sunday night reading sprints,
get the end of the month done.
Yeah, sorry.
If I haven't finished spinning silver, I'll be there like with the last 4 hours of the day. Like I have to finish it in February.
And me with this one, because I doubt I'll be able to finish this now, which is really annoying, but it's fine. I'm like you though, I want to wrap it up in February. And I have a little tracker where I put the book covers in. And if I read this and finish Forest of Souls, which is the audiobook, I will have 2 rows filled, and that's just really satisfying to me. So I've read 6 this month though, and it's the shortest month, so that's pretty good.
Good. Yeah, I think I'll have read 6 when I finish spinning silver as well.
Yay.
But I mean, 2 of them were Jacqueline Wilson, but oh well.
Well, honestly, I'm trying to average it at like 2 books a week, but because recently I've had so much work to do during the week, it's been like a 24-hour readathon or 48-hour readathon at the weekend where I'm just like, oh, I need to read. And I want to, like, that's the only time I sort of feel like I can chill is after Thursday because I teach on Thursdays. So after that, I was like, woohoo!
Yeah, I just like seeing that I'm ahead on like my yearly goal, which is good because last year for so long I was like 13 books behind schedule, 14 books behind schedule. So I've almost read, no, I haven't, but last year between January and August, I only read 7 books. And I read 7 books like this January. So
wow, that is crazy. To be fair though, I looked back at my Goodreads stats before this year, and I literally used to read like 15, 20 books, and last year I read 110.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my gosh. But saying that, I have said this year that I want to take it slower. Like, I don't want to be reading just for the sake of having, like, of being able to say that I've read over 100 books. Because, like, what was happening is by the end of the month, I'd basically forgotten what I'd read. And I'm still doing that. I should film wrap-ups, really. I should film, like every 5 books I read, I do a wrap-up or something, because I feel like I'd keep on top of it then, but I don't know. I haven't done a wrap-up in so long because that was my issue. I just forgot everything, and I feel like I was just, like, reading the synopsis.
Yeah, it's difficult to keep track, but I think I'd like to do, like, 50 books. Hopefully I'll do more, but I've set my, like, goal at 50 for this year because, like, yeah, because you can tell which years I did booktube before, because it was like 70, 80 books, and then 2018, 2019, 2020 it was like 17 books, 15 books. So
so good though. But yeah, if you read, what is it, 5 books a month, you'll hit that, won't you? And like I
yeah,
said,
it's like probably
yeah, I normally read like, well, I try to read 2 books a week if I can. But so technically I should surpass that, but I'm not going to force myself. I have done tonight, and I'm kind of glad though, because I needed to get over this weird lull.
yeah.
But yeah, hopefully now I'll want to pick it up. Oh, I don't think we'll be back to normal for a long time. At least not for me. I'll still be so anxious and cautious.
I won't get to it.
Nice.
You've got it. You have. Have either of you read the Grishaverse? No.
Yes, and I am going to. I think I'm going to film a react. Oh my god, I lost my train of thought then. I didn't freeze. That was just me having a complete brain fart. I was going to say like a reaction video, but I didn't know if I wanted to edit as like reacting to. Anyway, reacting to the trailer for the show, but I've never done a video like that before, so I think I'm just going to screen record and put my camera facing me and just do that. But I'm not sure how to put it all together, so it might pop up, it might not. If it is, it'll probably be on my channel on Sunday. But I really enjoyed the Grisha books. I read them last year, and again, they were like the perfect books just to read quickly. Like if you wanted a fast read, trashy YA fantasy, they were brilliant, and I really enjoyed them. If I were to look at it as like a critical reviewer, probably wouldn't enjoy them. But for what they are, it was a really good book series for me.
I haven't read them, but I think I might watch the show.
I feel like the show is going to be so good.
Yeah, they've got. Yeah, I haven't seen the trailer, but I've seen like some like stills from it, and it looks.
Yeah,
good,
so Twitter's going crazy though. So every time I'm going through, I'm like, oh, skip.
Yeah.
No,
I
it
think
does.
I'll just watch it, which is probably like the worst thing to say, you know, if you haven't read the books. But I can't be bothered, so I'll just watch it.
The shows and films sometimes do it better. I definitely think that. I'm much more of like a visual person. Like I'd much prefer to like sit and watch a film. But then again, I know like with the Chaos Walking film coming out, I want to read the book. It wouldn't matter if I didn't, because I'd still watch it and then read the book. Because sometimes I feel like that helps to get you in the world. You know, I was saying like I started it and then I just couldn't wrap my head around it at the minute. But then if I watched the film, I'd sort of get it, so I could fly through it a bit quicker. So it kind of works. I think I'd do that with classics as well. I'm going to do that with a lot of them because I'm scared.
But I would not, if you're going to read Rebecca, I wouldn't recommend watching the film before the book.
I'm not going to with that. I'm going to do a vlog of me reading it and then watching the film, and I might like do a little chat about it at the end. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I should do like a spoilery one or not. I'm not sure if people would prefer spoilers or non-spoilers. I asked in my video and no one's answered.
I don't know, because I've read it, then I'm like, oh, I want to hear what you think, but then yeah, if people haven't read it, then
yeah, I don't know. I just like message you live updates as I'm reading it.
Cool. But yeah, the book is a lot better than the film. The film is very different, and I had to like appreciate them as two different things, if that makes sense, rather than it being like the same vibe. It's quite different. But I want to see the older film. I haven't seen that. There's one from like the 50s, I want to say, which would be really good. So I need to watch that.
Have you watched or read My Cousin Rachel?
I saw the film when it was in cinema, but I haven't read the book.
Okay, I saw the trailer when it was in cinema, and I was like, or when it came out, I was like, oh, I want to watch it, but I'm not sure if I like it. And then I didn't realize it was by Daphne du Maurier, so now I'm like, ooh.
I think I like the film. I can't really remember it though.
I remember, is it Sam Claflin that's in it? And the woman from The Mummy. I can't remember what she's called. Oh my god, why am I having a brain fart? Anyway, I love her in The Mummy, and every time I look at her, I'm like, mm. The Mummy is one of my favorite films of all time. Just putting it out there, it's absolutely brilliant. Have you watched it? It's a classic.
I haven't seen the films. I told you this.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Actually, yeah. I was gonna say
I've
that's.
seen some films, but yeah, no, I haven't seen.
Oh, it's.
I
So
haven't seen like. I don't know. If you named any classic film, I probably haven't seen it. I haven't seen Titanic.
Jaws.
What? I have. I've seen like. No, I haven't seen it properly. I've seen some of it, like clips of it.
Please, Jurassic Park.
No.
Okay. To be fair, I didn't watch Titanic until I was like 14, 15. I feel like I put it off because I knew I'd be upset, and I was very upset. I'm trying to remember.
I'm 24. That's 10 whole years after that.
You would love that film, but it always makes me cry. Like I always cry right at the start because I'm like, oh, they're all going on the boat, and I know what happens, so I get really upset. And then you see like everything happening and like relationships developing, and you're like, oh, but this is so sad because of what is going to happen, because you know what happens, obviously. But it's just like I just get so emotional, and I always watch it when I need like just to bawl my eyes out, because I will start crying from the minute that film starts. But I can't believe you haven't watched those.
I don't know. My parents don't really watch films. Like my mom, I've never known my mom go to the cinema ever. So I just wasn't like raised like that, I guess. But I went to like Toy Story with my dad, and like the Harry Potter films with my dad. And then the other things that I've seen is like trash, basically.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. To be fair, Tom's not watched Jurassic Park, and I've told him so many times like we need to watch it, and he just doesn't. Have you seen The Goonies?
No. I can't tell if you've frozen or if that's just...
No, you freeze. Did I freeze? Oh my god, I was like that for like 2 minutes. Like The Goonies is honestly possibly one of my favorite film. I love that film so much. I feel like you'd love that. It's like a very old adventure story, but it's like, oh, it's so good. It's Paris.
Maybe I should do a vlog like where you have to control my day and you get to choose like what book I read and like a film to make me watch it.
So cool. I genuinely love The Goonies. I think it's one of the best films that ever was, and I always go back to it because I just love it. I wouldn't want you to watch Lord of the Rings though, because I feel like you wouldn't like it.
Yeah,
and that would make me sad. Imagine controlling your life, and I'm like, watch all the extended editions of Lord of the Rings.
I would just, I'd emerge like 3 days later, like, no.
To be fair, I just don't get how people don't like it. Like I do, but I really don't. It's like, oh, it's the most beautiful thing ever. Oh, it's perfect. But if you want like one film recommendation off of me, it's The Goonies. That is one of my favorite films ever.
Okay, I'll watch it.
And fun fact, the main character is the one that plays Sam in The Lord of the Rings, which I only found out about like 3 years ago. Blew my mind. So yeah, fun bit for you there. It's so funny though. Like, sorry.
Did you say really good? No, I was just starting to read this comment, but you can.
Oh, sorry, I want to go and eat, so I'm sorry, but it's one that's like really funny. Like it's one, you know, if you watch it over and over, it's still funny, but like it's still such a good one. Oh, I don't know how to describe it. It's like an Indiana Jones type of thing, but not. But just please watch it when you can, eventually.
Okay. I will. I need to. Yeah, I'm so bad at films. I've literally seen like just the teen movies and Pitch Perfect. That was my favorite for years.
I love Pitch Perfect. I will give you a list of films if you want. Top 10 films by now. Oh my god. No, I just love films. I don't know if I prefer books or films, to be fair. I kind of want to chat more about films on my channel, but I feel like people won't be bothered, so I don't know. But yeah.
You could put it into your vlogs.
Yeah. I mentioned that I watched it's not a film, but Vikings recently. It's a show. Again, I started the last season of that, binged the first half, and then I just haven't carried on with it because I don't want it to end. But yeah, loads of people were like, "Oh my god, I love that show," and I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's so cool." I didn't think that many people were bothered, but apparently they are, which is really cool.
Yeah, I think I mentioned Drag Race on something, and then loads of people were like, because I always say there's. I don't know if have you seen the current UK one?
No, not
There's
yet.
a song. There's a song in it that has been stuck in my head for 2 whole weeks. And I mentioned it on a live or something, and like loads of people in the comments were like, "Bing bang bong," because those are the lyrics.
I feel like I've seen that everywhere.
Yeah, well, yeah, in my head. That is, if you want like a visual of the inside of my brain for the past 2 weeks, it's just that song.
See, I'm the same, but with a song from One Division, and I don't know if I can sing it out loud because it's kind of a spoiler, so I probably won't. But there's a song that played right at the end of the last one, and it's after like a big reveal. So it's a song about this like, ooh, and it's been stuck in my head since I've watched it. And I'll be lying here, like lying in bed, ready to go to sleep, and then I start singing it, and Tom's like, and then he's like, "Yeah, I love that."
But I've been listening to this one like when I go for my run. This is so sad, but I put it on as like the first because it's really like, energetic. So I'll put it on as the first song when I'm going out for a run, and I'm just waiting for Spotify Wrapped to come at the end of the year, and it's going to be like your most played song.
I love that. To be fair, when I was doing Couch to 5K, not done that for a while. I think the last song of my first run was "Don't Stop Believing" by Journey, but like the Glee version. Oh my god, what a perfect song. And now every time I went for a run after that, that would literally be like on a loop, and I was like, yes, like proper running to it. Oh, I loved it. Sorry, yeah, we just skipped. Sorry.
We go on it. We have a tangent, then we go on a tangent for the tangent, and then I'll read through the comments.
We just go quiet, and we're like, okay, let's get back to it.
We've got quite a few comments, so yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll go through the comments, and then we will probably finish because Tom texted me like half an hour ago, being like, "That's out of the oven."
He's probably like, "It's been 5 hours again after you said that you were going to be done before 10, and it is not."
Oh no, do you know what though? After was it last week or the week before? He came in while we were chatting or something just to do something. And afterwards he was like, "Wow, that girl you were chatting with just sounds like the most genuine person. Like she genuinely sounds lovely." And I was like, "Oh, she is." So yeah, Tom's a beep. If I'm like, "Oh no, I'm on one with Karis," he's like, "Oh yeah, I like her, it's fine." Not having spoken to you at all.
That's so sweet. Well, say hi from me when you're having your soup.
Eventually, at what, 10 o'clock at night? Oh my god. Oh.
Right. 192 pages left of Aqua. Yeah. Going to stay up till it's finished. Melody's doing a 24-hour readathon.
Oh yeah. Nice.
That's exciting. I feel like I would just fall asleep.
Through. Also, is that Bakey in your profile picture? I feel like that's Sophie, isn't it, from the Bakey? That is so cool. Sorry, I used to watch her videos all the time.
I've read Shadow and Bone this month and loved it.
It's such an
Managed
easy
to
book
finish
to
my
fly through. Oh, well done. Sorry for chatting again for way too long. I feel like it's always me. I just carry on the conversation when I should probably not.
No, I think it's both of us. I think we're both quite bad. It's not bad. It's just
No. Yeah, to be fair, I think the second book is not great. It's definitely my least favorite, but it's because it's like the middle book and there's not much happening. So you've got a lot happening in the first one, because obviously introduction to the world, there's powers involved, people trying to figure stuff out. The second is more like politics and people moving to where they need to be, and then the third book is kind of crazy. So yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. To be fair, I do get that with Welsh a lot as well. Stuff pops up and I'm like, oh, okay. I love that book so much. Oh, nice. I feel like everyone's done so well today, except for me.
You've done well.
To be fair, I have done all right considering I didn't read in the first sprint. I read a bit in the first sprint, didn't I? Didn't read in the second one. Yeah, managed a bit. That's
better
good.
than nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I think it's a thriller. God, that was ages
ago. Well, maybe a 5-star unless something drastically bad happens.
I don't know. I feel like that book was so weird for me because I really enjoyed it, but then the ending was like, I don't want to put you off, but like, it's very emotional because obviously Sarah J. Maas is like really good at making everything very dramatic. But something happened that I wasn't like a massive fan of, but yeah, I hope you enjoy it anyway. It's not that big of a deal. It's just, when something happens and you're like, okay,
yeah,
it's fine. But yeah.
8th book of the month. That's amazing.
Oh yeah, you've got 10 pages as well, haven't you? You'll definitely finish them.
Yeah, that is me.
Yeah, that's literally true as well, isn't it? You like seeing that you're ahead rather than behind, and that's the only thing that's important.
Yeah, even though you set the goal yourself, Goodreads and Storygraph owns me. It's ridiculous. I could just change it, when at the end of the year, when like the last few years when I've been nowhere close, I'm like, I could just change it. But then I don't get the same sense of satisfaction.
Yeah, so. Exactly.
Okay. That is a good reason to hate them.
I was going to say, is she meant to be like that though? Is she meant to be a character that you're supposed to hate, or is it literally just the author being a bit funny? Read 7 books, DNF 2. Wow. I'm really bad at DNFing. I feel like I should do it more. But I tend to only buy books that I'm genuinely interested in and genuinely think I'm going to enjoy. So, like, I don't think anything I've bought has been less than a 3-star, except for stuff that I bought like years ago and I'm only now getting to. And I'm like, yeah, my reading tastes have changed. So.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one.
I had it in my video, like one of the ones that I recently added to my TBR, but I can't remember which one. I think it's about. I think it might not be this book. There was one on my video that was about like a boarding school, but the woman is like 30 now, so she's like going back to her town where the boarding school was, and then she has like lots of realizations about the time at the school and all that. But that it might be a different book. That I just know that this one was in my video and there was a book with that description in my video, but I can't match the description to the title. I think it's that.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair, I love the Percy Jackson film, but it's because I watched it like I was. How young was I when it came out? I feel like I was quite young. But I feel like I can go back and rewatch it like constantly, and I love it just for the fact that it is kind of like just a trashy film. But I'm
Yeah.
very excited about the Disney Plus series. Like I'm so excited.
Yeah. I've only read the first Percy Jackson book.
Well, I
So
was meant to read them all last year. I was meant to do a series where I just read them all, and I left so long in between like each book that I just didn't update. So I think I got to the fourth book. I need to read the last two, and I don't know when it's one of those where I just randomly pick it up, and then I'm like, oh yeah, this is good. To read is called The Perfect Guest. Ooh, that sounds like another thriller.
yeah, it's that vibe of
Yeah.
title. Lots of love for the Goonies.
Oh,
Need to
such a good film.
get my in gear and watch it.
To be fair, when I first read the books, I was kind of like, what? Like, oh, okay. But I think because I've been listening to them because I've been reading whilst listening to the audiobooks, I feel like it helped me a lot more, and I really do love them because of that. Because the narrator I listened to was Rob Inglis, and he like sings all the songs and he does like all the different voices, and I think it's just really fun. But it's definitely quite boring. Like at the start, not a lot happens, but at the same time, it does. Do you know what I mean? Like the characters don't move from one place to the next. There's a lot of like, oh, we need to do this, and we like it takes Frodo like a year to actually leave the Shire or something. So it's crazy. But yeah, I get what you mean by that. But oh, I just love it.
Some more love.
Oh, I love everyone.
Chaos Orphan isn't really a sad book. I need to get on that.
That's why I never finish series, because I get too attached and I don't want to stop. Still have to read the books of Lord of the Rings, but The Hobbit is one of my faves. I think The Hobbit is my favorite book of all time. I feel like if you didn't like the Lord of the Rings books, you would definitely enjoy The Hobbit, because it's like a completely different style. Obviously The Hobbit's meant to be aimed towards children, so it's a bit more accessible, easier to read. There's a lot more characters involved, so you're kind of always following something exciting in a way, and because they're on a journey as well, it's just really fast paced, but not fast paced. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like it's like you follow the characters more than anything, but like I just love it. Oh, I just can't. Right, you know where it says I'm a mess by my name? This is not the time for me to be trying to give you coherent thoughts or
You're just like malfunctioning, like
genuinely. I don't think I've ever been this chaotic in a life before. This is genuinely embarrassing. Like, I cannot believe it. Yeah, it's just my mood. Honestly, the video that went up tonight, I was so embarrassed posting it because so much stuff went wrong. Like things were out of focus. I was saying words like hoaching instead of hosting. Who the hell says hoaching? Doesn't even sound similar. Like, what the hell? So like every couple of clips, there's like a little note at the side being like, I meant to say this.
Oh, I'm gonna watch it after this.
Oh my god. But it's one as well where I kept fumbling over my words as I was speaking. So there's a lot of cuts that are like really abrupt. And I'm like, oh, I'm embarrassed, but like it needed to go out. I spent a lot of time filming it. I like the video, but it's just so chaotic that I'm like, oh my god.
Every time I edit myself, I'm like, please, for the love of God, take a breath. When you mess up, pause.
Because otherwise you're trying to find the right cut, aren't you? And it just, and I hate it as well, because when I edit, I basically hadn't connected my AirPods to my laptop until recently. So I was editing and Tom would always laugh at me because I'd say something and stop. Or I'd say something about 5 times and just couldn't get the words out, and he would just laugh at me because I was like, oh. But yeah, it's just a mess, but that's me right now. I don't know why though. It's not like I have like a million things going on. I just feel very weird. I feel very, it might be an anxious thing. I don't know.
Probably. I very much feel that. Definitely recommend.
I
Emily
literally
is
started. Oh, it's not even here now. I did start it. I think I'm like 26 pages in, and I will get to it once I'm out of this weird mood.
so in vibe.
Thanks for coming back, Emily. I'm not sure if you're still here because who knows how long we've been chatting for.
That was only 10 minutes ago that she posted that. We are actually going to go in a bit. Just get through the rest of the comments.
It's so sweet. Oh, that's lovely.
I think that's the character is meant to be horrible.
Oh right, okay, yeah, that makes sense then.
The films.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like before I read the books, because obviously I watched the films like years ago, and I've only read the books last year. It was one of my favorite films because I just love the whole Greek god aspect of it. If you know me, I love that sort of thing. So I think I always sort of went back to it. I'm sure I watched the second one in the cinema as well, and then I was really sad that they just never carried on with them. But now looking back, I'm like, yeah, I rewatched them not too long ago actually, and even like the dialogue and like, oh, it's so bad. I'm like, oh, don't say that. So cringy. But yeah, I love watching them if I ever feel a bit meh.
Yeah, sometimes you need films like that to just go back to.
I know when I'm feeling very like crappy, when I watch Twilight, I have the box set and I will just power through, and I get so emotional, I get so invested, and then I don't look at the films for like 2 years. Honestly, I whack it out like once in a blue moon, once in a new moon. and yeah, that's like my guilty pleasure. And I've never read the books. I read the first one, but yeah. You need that sort of crappy that you can laugh at. Yeah. Oh my god. The audiobooks are really good. I know Andy Serkis has also done one for The Hobbit that I still need to listen to. I've bought it because I wanted to reread The Hobbit with Andy Serkis's narration because I feel like that would be so cool, especially because there's a lot of scenes with Gollum and Bilbo in it, and obviously because he's the guy that played Gollum in the films. It's just gonna be so good. Right, that's why I never finish a series. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I think as well, if you know, because normally there's like a year between books in a series, isn't there? I feel like that's just too long for me. I like to have the whole thing and just binge it. Otherwise, I just lose interest, and I feel like I have to go back and reread stuff, and I can't be asked doing that.
Yeah, same. But that's why I think I never read series, because they're so hyped like as they're coming out, but by the time I'm thinking about reading them, it's like the hype they've been out a while, the hype is sort of gone, there's no new books coming out, and then I think, oh well, can't be bothered now.
No, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, oh, I don't know.
I think she's probably gone.
Thanks for coming, Cece, if you're still here. Yeah, everyone else is going now, it's fine.
I have to go.
When did Tom text me, actually? Because that's quite funny. 20 to 10.
Right.
So they are cold.
Yeah, I was going to say your soup is going to be just what you want.
He's probably eating them, it's fine. I'll just have my soup. I don't really feel like I want to eat much, though. I feel like it's gotten to that point of the night now where I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
I'm always like, I'm really picky, like as in like I'll just pick at things throughout the day, rubbish things like biscuits and stuff to keep me going. And then, yeah, by the time sprints roll around, I'm like, oh, I'm fine. I don't need proper food.
What is that?
Yeah.
Ugh, right. Thank you, everyone, for coming and for everyone who's still here. It's
Yeah,
been
thank
lovely.
you. Again, we've been on some tangents. I am sorry about that. But I'm a mess.
Oh, I put a comment up as you were doing that, but
but yeah. I feel like that's just the biggest mood throughout this whole life. I feel like if you didn't know who I was before this, you definitely don't want to know me now.
Oh, chaos. Yes, thank you for coming. If you haven't subscribed to Rhiannon, please go and do so. She's very close to 1.5. If she hasn't, you might have hit it by now. I'm not sure, but she's very close to 1.5k. So we need to make it happen.
You'd never told us that you were one person away from 1.7k yourself.
I said that I was like 15 or 20 people away, and then I looked when you tweeted that just to see, and I was like, what? So I didn't know.
Oh my god, that's crazy. We're both so close to some milestones. So yeah, thank you for the love. It does mean a lot.
So. And I don't know if because hasn't your like StreamYard like run out basically?
It's okay. So what they've said is that I've got like 3 hours left of streaming time, but they won't cut off a broadcast, so I can set up our broadcast for next week. So that'll still happen. Okay. But it's just after that, I won't be allowed to do any streams until the 13th of March. But that works out fine for us. So yeah, according to StreamYard, should be fine. We shouldn't get cut off halfway through next week's sprint.
Can you imagine? StreamYard people are watching us anyway and are like, they can keep going, but we just want them to shut up. So.
That would force us to read if we only had 3 hours. Can you imagine? We'd be like, right, 10 minutes, sprint for 50. Yeah, they'll be on my channel next week at 5 p.m. So the same time, it's just switching between both of our channels. So
yeah, cool. Yeah,
well, that soon as well.
Yeah, hopefully some people can join us next week. But I will end the broadcast now.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Thanks everyone. Bye.